Good morning. I'd like to call the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners to order. Today's Thursday, June 5th, 2025, 9:00 a.m. Action will be taken on all items unless otherwise noted. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. To avoid meeting disruptions, please place cell phones and beepers in the silent mode or turn them off during the meeting. The board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner. Items may be combined for consideration, and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Restrictions on comments by the general public. Any such restrictions must be reasonable and may restrict the time, place, and manner of the comments, but may not restrict comments based upon viewpoint. Board of Commissioners convening as other boards. Members of the Board of County Commissioners also serve as the Liquor Board, Central and Lyon Vector Control District Board, Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, Walker River Weed Control District Board, Willow Creek General Improvement District Board, the Silver Springs General Improvement District Board, and during this meeting may convene as any of those boards as indicated on this or a separately posted agenda. Note this meeting may break between 11:30 and 1:30 for lunch. All commissioners are in the chambers. Before we get started, Dr. Holmes has some comments to make, and please stand at the appropriate time and then remain standing for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. For the record, it is with deep sorrow that I share the loss of a valued colleague and member of our Human Services family, Todd Koskowicz, who served as our behavioral health coordinator. Todd died by suicide early last week. This is a profound loss, not only for our department, but for our entire county. Todd dedicated his work to the care and well-being of others, and his absence leaves an undeniable void in our organization and our community. Mental health struggles can affect anyone, even those who work every day to support the healing of others. We're reminded through this tragedy that we must continue to break down the stigma around mental health and ensure that help is accessible, encouraged, and supported at every level. If you are someone you know is struggling, please know that you are not alone. Help is available 24/7. 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can be reached simply by dialing or texting 988. The Nevada Crisis Line is available at 1-800-273-8255. And our local behavioral health teams are also on standby to support any staff or residents in need. At this time, I'd like to ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of Todd, his service, his life, and for all who are still silently carrying pain.
Thank you. Now we have the invocation given by Mitch Forrester from New Hope Bible Fellowship, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Commissioner Hockaday.
Let's pray together. Our Father in heaven, we do thank you for your love and your mercies, for they are new every morning. We do pray for your comfort and your peace and your love at this time. We also ask for your guidance and your wisdom and knowledge of every issue that is to be discussed today. We pray for the peace in our hearts that will guide each one of us as we speak. And we do call upon you for your love, for your goodness, and your mercy. We pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brings us to public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. Do we have any public participation in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online? Seeing none, we'll move on to number 5 for possible action, review and adoption of the agenda. Any comments or questions? Entertain a motion.
Move to approve to adopt the agenda as posted.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, seconded by Commissioner Casanelli. Is there any public comment? Any online? Seeing none, I'll go to the vote. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Brings us to number 6, presentation of awards and or recognition of accomplishments. 6A for presentation only. Present Sergeant Gabriel Santos, Deputy Stiles Sousa, and Deputy Joshua Lynch with a meritorious service medal. Sheriff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lyon County Sheriff Brad Pope for the record. As Commissioner Keller said, today we are recognizing the efforts of 3 deputies in the Lyon County Sheriff's Office. They're receiving the Meritorious Service Medal, and that medal is awarded to individuals who demonstrate courage and perseverance in the performance of his or her duties towards the protection of life or property, the prevention of a major crime, or the apprehension of an armed or dangerous criminal. On May 6th at approximately 8:15 p.m., friendly deputies responded to the area, the 200 block of Johnson Lane in Fernley, Nevada, reference a threats call. The reporting party or complainant was reporting that her brother was receiving text threats from someone, and they were in the area trying to locate their brother. Deputies made contact with the reporting party, who was able to track the phone belonging to their juvenile brother. Near this time, Lyon County Dispatch began receiving phone calls from that juvenile's phone, and that juvenile reported that he was in the basement with 2 other juveniles and the suspect had beaten them. Upon arriving in the area, deputies made contact with the suspect, who they knew from prior law enforcement contacts, and they immediately detained the suspect. Shortly after that, deputies entered the backyard of the residence where that suspect was located and where the juvenile's phone was pinging. They discovered 3 male juveniles being held captive in the crawl space of a residence. 2 of the juveniles had received substantial injuries from the suspect, who struck them repeatedly with a wooden rake handle and hand scythe. The juveniles reported that the suspect had taken their phones and threatened to kill them. The juveniles were provided medical attention and returned to their families. I believe that had our deputies not acted in an extremely fast and timely manner using their investigative skills, that 1 or more of those juveniles would have been killed by the suspect. And for that, these 3 deputies have earned the Meritorious Service Award from the Lyon County Sheriff's Office. That's good. Any looks at all, I think you know,
This time we move to number 8. Commissioners, County Manager report. Start with Commissioner Hockaday.
Hey, been busy off and on for the last couple of weeks. First, I think we all had fun at the budget meeting. It went very quickly. Thank you to Josh Foley for his excellent work. Also, I attended the Western Interstate Region Conference up in Rapid City, South Dakota. I was actually assigned up there in the military, 3 different assignments, so it was kind of like revisiting home. Moved there in 73, left there in about 97, plus other assignments all over the Midwest. Did attend a general session on public lands management, which was very interesting while I was at the conference. Also spent 4 hours at the Pennington County Care Campus, which is a way that the people are taken care of by the law enforcement department that have committed basically drunk in public, open container, things such as that. The Care Campus then allows the deputies and the police officers from Rapid City to drop off their clients at the Care Campus rather than process them in the jail, which saves a significant amount of money. And they're allowed to sleep it off for a while and then get up and leave. It was a very interesting 4-hour tour. Also, one of the meetings had to do with energy in the West and some very interesting geothermal type projects that are going on in Utah, Wyoming, and South Dakota. Part of my appointments here in the commission happen to be Conservation District for Mason Valley and Smith Valley, and part of that is wildlife or wildfire management. And so I was able to attend a meeting there on forest management and wildfires. So they do cooperate quite a bit, and I appreciate the cooperation that we have in Lyon County with our fire departments and with BLM and other agencies that are controlling wildfires. Also attended the Smith Valley Park Board and discussed issues there and addressed their park. The Smith Valley Civilian Advisory Board and discussed issues there dealing with the cemetery board, and also wanted to thank everybody that attended the Smith Valley Memorial Day celebration ceremony. It was very well attended, and the new statues and flag post and veterans area was well received. A lot of work and a lot of donations went into that for that cemetery. And one last comment, my last assignment up in South Dakota dealt with a launch control center. And my hat's off to the National Park Service. They actually took over one of my launch control centers and turned it into a national park. If you're ever up in South Dakota on I-90, about 60 miles east of Rapid City, you can get a tour and go down into the launch control center. They also have a museum And it's extremely well done. So my hat's off to them. They did a fantastic job of refurbishing that site to make it look like the day it was built. And so if you ever are interested in the Minuteman launch control system, please stop by there and see that. It was a very interesting tour. So that's about all I have to say on the projects today.
Thank you, Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. I attended the dedication and plaque unveiling for the K Winters Memorial Park in Dayton. And just want to thank staff and Mr. Holman that all the guys that worked on getting that in. It turned out really well, and it was well attended. Attended the NNDA board meeting, and there's several potential businesses that are looking at Northern Nevada, particularly Lyon County. Nothing set in stone yet, but a lot of potential there, and they're being considered. So attended the Dayton Valley Conservation District meeting. Project for the Ritchie Purdue Ranch bank stabilization project is on track for this fall. Permits have finally been issued, so that's moving along. Met with representatives of NextEra Energy and Envy Energy. Attended the Mound House Advisory Board and attended the Dayton Advisory Board. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hendricks.
I attended the Western Interstate Region Conference as well. The membership of that is mostly counties that have a large amount of public lands in their counties, so it's very useful for us. I had the opportunity to have several conversations with National NACO's Public Lands Director, and we will be moving forward this year trying to get resolutions through to implement revenue sharing for all green projects on public lands, and that's going to be a big push this year. We also had training on how to get county officials through the NEPA process more quickly and efficiently, and how to develop ongoing relationships with our federal partners. I also attended the Memorial Day services at Dayton and Fernley, attended the Nevada Association of Counties Public Lands and Natural Resources Board meeting, the NACO Board of Directors meeting, the Silver Springs Advisory Board meeting, and the Dayton Advisory Board meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. Heartfelt condolences to Todd's family, friends, coworkers. Truly hope that he'll be able to rest in peace. Watched next school board meeting. Wanted to thank Mr. Foley and his staff for a well-prepared budget meeting and all the work that went into the kind of the workshop preparing for that. Attended Boys and Girls Club meeting where we kind of got some final numbers on our fundraiser, raising $40,000 for the Fernley Club. Sounds like a lot. Then you hear from the Truckee Meadows Boys and Girls Club, and they raise $1 million with their Chipino feed. So we're getting there, but I don't know if we'll crack 1 million anytime soon. Nevada Works meeting, attended that, a bit somber as Job Corps faces possible cancellation for federal cuts. So we'll see where that goes. Have another meeting on tomorrow. Toured the dealer office in Fernley and listened to 3 guest speakers. Very interesting. Met with NextEra Energy. Appreciated Mr. McKenna's time. Met with Envy Energy and appreciated their time as well. Went in, forget what day, but met with Oscar Delgado, Jennifer Wheeler, and Casey Gillum from Community Health Alliance and Reno Sparks. Toured 2 of their facilities, the Redfield and the One-Off Audi. That provide primary care, dental, have a pharmacy, behavioral health, senior services, WIC. Also right next to the Boys and Girls Club, police substation. They have a food pantry, community gym, paid largely through grants and foundations. Interestingly, they take every insurance provider, which is remarkable, I would say. They also focus on overall health, exercise with organized activities such as pickleball, whatever, in that gym, eating properly, social activities, kind of a one-stop shop. And it would be a one-stop shop for residents, especially the elderly and the lower income. Oscar Delgado is willing to come out and speak to our commission, so I'll be working with maybe Miss Holmes and County Manager Haskin to see when that might fit in. Took a tour of the new community center of Fernley. It is really quite incredible. Zoomed in on the Fernley City Council meeting last night. And then finally, I just want to thank the staff at the Veterans Memorial Cemetery for preparing for Memorial Day. Fernley and Lyon County are truly blessed to be home to so many of our fallen heroes. So just want to give a shout out to them. And finally, on a personal note, I want to wish my mom well. She's in the hospital with pneumonia, battling cancer. She's a tough old bird. She'll make it. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Like we'd like to give condolences to Todd's family, friends, and coworkers. Hope everything works out the best. I attended the Fernley City Council, the Rural Legislative Caucus put on by Senator Hansen. That was the last one of the year. We ended up on Monday night, Tuesday morning, 1 o'clock. They finally finished up. I attended the NACO Association of Counties Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee. And one of those agenda items was NEPA training. And there's a reason why we can't move forward with that right now. So I'll talk about that in a second. Nevada Association of Counties General Board meeting. I attended the NACO National Western Interstate Region Conference in Rapid City, along with my fellow commissioners. And some of the stuff that we talked about there was on public land management. We talked about WIFLIC, which is Wildland Fire Leadership Council, and which is our wildland urban interface that what we have policy here for. We're looking at different types of funding and strategy to kind of combat the fires. We also started talking about NEPA. And what happened with NEPA is they eliminated the CEQ, which is the Council on Environmental Quality. So there's not really a lead agency now. So now all the agencies are developing their own regulations. So we have to figure out, like forestry will have their own, BLM will have their own, so forth. Each one of those is going to have different types, different time limits on when to do public comment. So we're doing public comment right now to make those regulations, but then once they come out, then we're going to have different ones. So like the forestry might give you 2 weeks, BLM might give you 3 weeks. So they're going to be different. They're going to be all across the board. So we got to pay attention to that. We also got to look at they're changing a lot of their stuff with CEs, EAs, and EISs to where they're trying to focus more on those issues. Those are categorical exclusions, environmental assessments, and environmental impact studies. Some of those will be down to where they don't take as much time so that we can move forward on projects. A lot of it's going to be like, are you going to go with the CX or is it going to be a Fonzie? And that's finding a no significant impact. Some of the critical issues that they talked about up there was developing MOUs with each cooperative agency. So right now I'm getting information from Lyon and Utah because they've already done this process and they've developed a good format right now so we can not reinvent the wheel. Another thing we wanted us to do is develop relationships with the agency directors. This was requested by the directors themselves. So like the forestry director, BLM director, they want us to, as commissioners, to talk to them because right now with everything that's getting changed, they want to quickly get through roadblocks and help them modify their policies. So instead of us trying to read everything that they're putting out, call them directly and say, this is what we're trying to do, help us get through it. So to me, that'll make it go a lot quicker. Also develop relationships with the other NACO members, because some of them have the relationships already, and they can get that introduction into that. The National Center for Public Lands Counties, I talked to Gregory Nelson, they're compiling the data and adding to that website now about these issues. And the NACO Public Lands Director, Zeke Lee, is going to start keeping us a little more informed of what's taking place in those various agencies in a timely manner, not waiting for our monthly reports, because they're happening quickly. Matter of fact, the U.S. Supreme Court last week, in a significant victory for performing reform, the U.S. Supreme Court on May 29th, 1 week ago, issued an opinion in the case of 7 County Infrastructure Coalition versus Eagle County, Colorado, establishing the federal environmental reviews must be responsible in scope. This decision will ensure that federal agencies properly consider important environmental protections without causing unnecessary delays and increased costs for critical infrastructure projects. So they're going to help move those projects through faster. I think this year's theme was the interaction between state and federal land, getting permitting for projects in a timely manner, and importance of being proactive in the agency regulations that are being developed. And last but not least, we are slated to have the Western Interstate Region meeting for 2027 here in Nevada at Lake Tahoe. So then we can all attend for that. That's all I have. So we'll go to the county manager. Oh, and I had one question too, while you're getting up there. Something that was brought up was whether or not our PDF forms were ADA compliant, and they have to be by next year. And I just, if you guys can bring me up, or whoever does that, if we're on schedule for that.
I can get you an update. I don't have that information currently. I can get that for you. No problem.
Thank you.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. Been a busy couple of weeks. A lot of it was working on putting together information for this meeting and for upcoming meetings. Did want to make the board aware that we had the pre-bid meeting for the Dayton Government Complex. So obviously, we have an item on there to talk about the name of that later today. We're expecting the bids to come in on that on June 17th, and we'll be evaluating those after that. Obviously, the 83rd session of the Nevada Legislature ended on Monday, and so we are still currently working through compiling what last minute amendments happened and what got passed, what didn't. Obviously, the governor still has some time to sign bills, and so we will bring the board an update on that when we have it. And then finally, I did want to let the board know that I received word from Mr. Briquetta that he is retiring. He asked me not to make a big deal about it, but I couldn't avoid that mentioning it in the meeting, and wishing him well in that. He's been an absolute pleasure to work with and really brings a level of professionalism to the utility department, and he will be missed. So I do have the that position posted currently, and so we will be looking for a new director.
Thank you. Any questions for the county manager? Commissioner Jacobson.
I'd just like to wish Mr. Briquetta well and happy trails, and thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
I'll just say, thank you, Mr. Briquetta. Appreciate it. Wish you well.
Anything else? I thank you very early, and thank you again officially.
Yes, thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, it's 9:29, so we're gonna wait like one minute here to go to our time certain. 7A. Time certain at 9:30 a.m. for possible action. Acceptance of renewal proposal from Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool and approval for payment from fiscal year 2025-2026 funds from the Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool.
Morning.
Hi.
My name is Kayla Frost, for the record. I am with A&H Insurance. I am their sales manager, their municipality manager, certified risk manager, and I really, for some reason in my brain, enjoy doing insurance and working through all this stuff. I especially enjoy working with public entities. I wanted to introduce some of my team who's here today. So here in the front, we have Scott and Marianne Rotman. They are the owners of A&H Insurance. I think 2 years ago, I stood up here and said, the owner of A&H Insurance is the type of guy who will come rescue you on the side of the road when you're broken down at 2 a.m. Well, that's him. And he does that, and he does it for like truly all of our 65 employees. So we're super happy to have him here. He's involved, you know, it's not like he's not there very often. And his wife, Marianne, sitting next to him, is a wonderful mentor and friend of mine. And she manages insurance for several other public entities in the state, cities and counties, and does a great job. And then we have Stephen Romero with the pool, who's going to come up and chat a little later. Fantastic partner. We love working with him. And then in the back here, I have Quinn and Ben. They're some of our newer members to A&H Insurance. So at A&H, we're excited to be growing and bringing on new people. And I would say one of my favorite parts of my job is training and developing them. So I'm excited they're here today. I also wanted to speak about two people who are not here today. One of them is Brad Pierce. Brad Pierce was the chairman of A&H and one of the founding partners, and he was my partner on these public entity accounts for the last 5 years. Unfortunately, over summer, Brad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and he passed away in November. So that was a tough one here, driving here without him. We used to have great conversations as we traveled around to all of our public entities. So we miss him a lot today. So I just wanted to honor him. And the other person who's not here today, her name is Tanya, and she is my work partner and my better half. And she's who most of the county deals with on a daily basis. She's phenomenal and incredible and kind, and she just had her third baby. So she is on maternity leave with her daughter right now. And we have Lori covering her desk, who Lori has worked with the municipality team for a very long time. Okay, that's all the intros. I wanted to say thank you to you guys for what you're doing and all the time you're putting into this. Just hearing about all the meetings that you've attended in the last 2 weeks. It's a lot. I recently was elected to a board position as the treasurer. And, you know, the mental load, the mental capacity, the decision making, the information gathering, it's a lot. So thank you very much for everything that you guys are doing for this community. It's seen and it's heard and it's appreciated. So the plan for today, I'm gonna, try not to speak too fast, but move through it as fastly as I can, or as quickly as I can. I want to talk a little bit about who we are, what we do for you, and what we do for the county. I want to touch on how we are compensated, how we are paid, what we do for your community. Something that I'm really excited to talk about this year is the A&H Insurance Public Entity Grant Program, a new way we can give back. I'll touch on the renewal pricing, and then I'll have Stephen come up and dive into a little more of the value adds that come along with the incredible program that you're a part of, which is the Pool Pact. Before I jump in, I have one little point. It's been a challenge the last few years for me to figure out a way to authentically connect with you guys. And I'm not really one who likes to come off as salesy or phony. And I know you guys are busy, and a lot of people probably want to come talk to you about their ideas. So I'm asking for advice and guidance on how I can form better relationships with the commissioners moving forward. Because I think it's important when you're doing business with someone to know them and like them and trust them. And I want you guys to feel that for me and with A&H. So if you have any tidbits of advice for me and the appropriate way to work on those relationships and connections, I would really appreciate that. Okay, so A&H Insurance, who are we? We're an insurance brokerage. We're a full service brokerage. We do personal lines insurance, home and auto. We do commercial lines insurance for businesses, nonprofits and for-profit businesses. We put together employee health benefit plans for businesses and public entities. And then, of course, we work with the Pool Pact to provide insurance for public entities in the state. Now, one thing that a lot of people don't necessarily realize about brokers is that we're not the insurance company. And in fact, I value my ability to negotiate and advocate for my clients with insurance companies. We're truly a middleman. And what we do is we manage and negotiate insurance terms on the behalf of our clients. So I think that's a big differentiator. We work with probably 150 different insurance carriers, one of which is the Pool Pact, which they're a risk management program, which is a little different, but that are serving businesses in this state. So I like to talk a little bit about, make that differentiation. And then we're also really proud that we are the last fully 100% locally owned, independently operated agency of our size left in Nevada. So right now we are in a time where many brokerages are being purchased and acquired by big national insurance companies that are out of state. And I mean, every single day it's happening. If you Google it, you could see how many are out there. And we're here and we are excited to be in Nevada and serving Nevada, and Nevada is our focus. And Scott is very passionate about employing employees in Nevada. That's one thing we're seeing too, is outsourcing to other states and even other countries for your service. And that is just something that does not align with our values. And so we're really proud of the fact that we are here to serve our local community. One other thing that we're very proud of is our rural offices. We have made an extreme effort to maintain brick and mortar locations in Nevada rural communities. We think that's really important to have a physical location where people can walk in a door and talk to somebody. And we also really pride ourselves on employing people in those communities to run those offices for us. My dad always says, never give a presentation without talking about what's in it for you guys. And so I could say all this stuff up here, but I think what that means for you and for Lyon County is that we have skin in the game. We're here. We're part of this community. We value the people and businesses of this community. And I think everything that I just said, if I could summarize it, that's what that means. Okay, so what do we actually do for you? So on a daily, weekly, monthly, annual basis, one of the main things that we do is we keep track of the changes that will influence your insurance. We call these exposures. How many employees do you have? What properties are we insuring? Are there construction projects going on? Have we acquired new properties? Are there new exposures, new vehicles? So we are keeping track of those changes every single day for you guys, in addition to reviewing contracts on your behalf along with the pool, as well as advocating for you with claims scenarios. And I'll dive into that a little bit more here in a second. But so in the last year, July to July, last time I checked, we had done around 290 activities for you guys. That means that we're answering a call, answering an email, figuring out questions, providing a certificate of insurance, reviewing a contract, and around 75 multi-day projects for you guys. And we're excited that we get to work with Lyon County. I mean, it's definitely like a feather in our hat, and we really appreciate and value this relationship. So that's kind of the daily service that we do. One of the other things we do is we monitor the marketplace. So there are other programs out there that will write insurance for public entities. One of our jobs is to go out and meet with those other programs each year to see if they could potentially be a different option or better option than the pool. And year after year in our research, what the pool is providing is significantly better, broader, and a more comprehensive package of insurance coverage, risk management services, and human resources than anything else that's out there right now. And I feel very confident in saying that. Sometimes it goes without even saying it, but I want you to know that we are doing that work on the background to have those conversations on your behalf to ensure that you are in the right place. So one of the other things I said we do for you guys is claims advocacy. So we do everything we can in the renewal process to make sure your statement of values and your property schedules are clean and easy to understand. And then everything you guys are doing, all your exposures are properly represented on that insurance application. But sometimes things slip through the cracks, and sometimes we have to negotiate or advocate in order to get claims moving how we want. And I've had several experiences of this over the last 3 to 4 years. And I just have to say, the pool and Stephen and his team are phenomenal at stepping up to a plate. Like, we live in a world that insurance companies are looking for ways not to cover claims. Like, that's a standard insurance company. And it's not fun. It's not fun for my job. It's probably not fun for you guys when you pay premium for something and it doesn't result in the coverage how you want it to apply. And I have to say, with working with the pool over the last several years, I have 4 examples in my mind right now where they stepped up to the plate. And then instead of looking for the ways that they weren't going to cover something, they said, how can we rewrite this insurance contract to find coverage? How can we make an exception? How can we dive deeper to take care of our members here in the state? And I just want to be super clear, that's not how every insurance company works. And I fight that good fight a lot, but I like fighting it with the pool because they work with us. They actually work with us. So we also handle your invoicing and billing each year for the pool, and again, handle those renewal applications for you. Now, how are we compensated? With the focus in our government right now on transparency and efficiency, which I really value, I think it's important to talk about the fact of how we are paid. So we are paid a commission, which the executive committee of the pool, the members, you guys, whoever participates on it, and Josh votes on our commission percentage each year. That commission percentage is 7% that they vote on, and it's been that way for several years now, I would say. Typically with other like for-profit or nonprofit, we usually get paid commission from our insurance carriers at the 12.5% to 25% range. And I like that because this is public entities. This is different. These aren't for-profit businesses, right? Now that being said, Josh and his team, they do a really good job, you know, like gold standard good job. Everything is organized and dialed and efficient, and it truly makes our job smoother and easier. And so for that reason, Josh and A&H Insurance sat down a few years ago and we came to the agreement to reduce the compensation or commission that you pay to us down to 3.5%. You know, I have to be honest, when I first started working with the program, I looked at that and I was like, you know, does that make sense? But after years of working with Josh and his team, it fully makes sense. It feels very fair. So I like to be transparent about that. So how we give back to our communities, on page 7 of your attached proposal, you'll see a big list of different organizations and events that we are proud to support and contribute to. This is a big deal for us. We allocate a good chunk of money to go out to these organizations every year because we want to support your communities and what's going on in your communities. If there's anything missed on that list, please let us know because we would love to get it added. But again, that combined with our brick and mortar locations, it's really important to us to be a part of your community and not just be some insurance brokerage that's shipping all their money out of state. We are here in Nevada and for Nevada. Okay, this is the thing I'm most excited to talk about today, and it's our A&H Insurance Public Entity Grant Program. So I spent 2 months really thinking about money and thinking about what people are going to need and another way that we can give back to our communities that we serve. And after conversations with Stephen and Scott and even Josh, I came up and got approved the A&H Public Entity Grant Program. And so we're taking an additional chunk of our commissions and our compensation for this program and putting it in a bucket to give back. It's a super simple grant application that I hope you will take advantage of and spread the word about. That comes to me, we'll review it, we'll issue funds, but what I'm even more excited about is that the pool has grants that they provide to their members as well. They have the Risk Management Excellence Program, which can when it's completed, generate a financial award for the member. They have educational grants for above and beyond education for employees and team members each year. And they have risk management grants, whether it be adding lights to a parking lot or putting in a handicap ramp. And I've stood up here and talked about these for a few years, and I haven't had one member reach out to me and ask for my help on it. So I'm dangling a carrot, and my carrot is, if you guys fill out this grant application for me, that's super simple and easy, and it's something that I can pair the money with the pools program and double or triple those funds. If it's a risk management or an education topic, then I will do that. I'll take the application you give me, I'll set up a meeting, I'll fill out the grant application, and I'll submit it to the pool to try to double or triple those funds for you guys. So that's my intent with this program. I want to give out, money for sure, but if we can take, $500 and turn it into $10,000, that's really exciting for me, for you. Okay, so we're going to talk about the renewal pricing. So each year the pool is comprised, and this is a highly simplified model, but they have some insurance companies that they own that are designed to do nothing but insure public entities. And they cover losses up to a certain level. And then after that, they have to go out to normal insurance carriers or reinsurance carriers like Lloyd's of London and negotiate the reinsurance so they can piece together all the coverage layers to create the program that you guys are members of. They do a really great job. This is specifically Steven's job. The last few years were pretty tough. We saw some heavier increases the last few years. And I think that goes a lot along the lines of, inflation, having a very litigious environment that we're in. We're seeing what we call nuclear verdicts with huge payouts, in $15-20 million that we just haven't seen historically. Law enforcement claims and sexual abuse and molestation in schools continues to be a challenge as well. And I think we can also know, like, the last few years, stuff got more expensive. I think we're all feeling it. But this year we saw some softening of that just a little bit. The property market, so property insurance is like what insures this building, is just softening a little bit for states that are not considered to have an exposure for catastrophic losses. So like California has a catastrophic exposure for wildfire. Nevada is still not considered a catastrophic exposure state right now, which is great for us. So we saw the property premiums just level just a tiny bit. Liability, those nuclear verdicts are still somewhat having an effect. The insurance companies are a little bit scared of these massive payouts. And then, like I said, law enforcement and sexual abuse and molestation are still concerns. But overall, this year we had a 12.3% increase in premium. Now, I say that's a good thing because most of that increase was in premium was driven by increases in exposures. So in insurance, when we talk about exposures is the stuff we're insuring, right? Like the vehicles, the property, the employees. And so we had a 7.61% in payroll. We had a 2.25% in total insured values. Total insured values is all the stuff, it's all the property that we're insuring, so we're getting more coverage there. We had a 10.9% increase in auto counts with Josh and his team did a lot of work on, getting rid of old autos and replacing them with new over the last few years. We had a 1.59% increase in law enforcement and a 0.53% increase in employees. So a lot of that 12.3% is truly accounted for in increased exposures. Okay, so I think now I'm gonna hand it off to Stephen, but I want to introduce the pool program. Because again, we're really lucky to have this here in Nevada. It's a nonprofit insurance program that you are all members of. That's not normal. Like most insurance companies are in it to make money. The pool is not. And it's truly a risk management program, meaning they're offering additional services in human resources, education and support, employee education support, risk management. They have on-staff risk managers that will come out and help you develop contracts and programs and really answer any questions that you have. And again, there's a way to get money back from this program in the form of those grants and the Loss Excellence program. We've had the pleasure of working with the pool since it was founded by Wayne Carlson in 1987. And we're really proud of that. We're really proud to be a broker that represents the pool and has worked with the pool since the very beginning. So with that, I'll hand it off to Stephen and let him answer any more specific questions about the pool and give his presentation, then I'll come back up for questions.
Thank you, Stephen Romero, Pool Pact. I did my best today to wear my green, my yellow, and my blue, so here for you. I really just want to thank A&H and Kayla for doing the fantastic job they do for us, pool. And when I say us is also you. You're an owner of the pool. And, you know, without you being a member, we just lose that little bit. And we lose a little bit from each one if we end up losing members out of the pool. That's why we want to continue to grow. We have 143 members within the pool currently. We, as your administrative staff, take great pride in making sure that we're putting these programs together. And Kayla already talked about our risk management program, our human resources program, and also all of our learning programs. Mainly, I want to also throw out a big thank you to Josh for being on our exec committees and also being the board chair of pool. And I'll just leave it at that. If you have additional questions, we'll go from there.
Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you. Sir, so just curiosity, does Pool Pact ever cut members who consistently cost the pool? Whether it's how their organization is run or whatever.
So there is the ability to do so, and it's by vote of the board. And the board needs to have the majority to be able to vote a member out. In the time that the pool has been around, it has never withdrew a member from the pool. We have had members leave the pool, but it's been because they want to leave the pool.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Seeing none online. Entertain a motion.
We have time for other questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Continue.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. Very well prepared, and I'm sure talking about insurance to folks like us is probably similar to a barrel of monkeys, but so the 12 point, first of all, I thought I heard you say the pool or your insurance gets printed in here at 7%, but then you said something about 3.5% negotiated down.
Yes.
It printed in here as 7%. Am I missing something there?
So it did, and it said 7%, but if you look at the calculations on the premium pays, it's calculated at 3.5%.
Okay, so it's 3.5%, not 7%. Okay. All right, thank you. And then the 12.3% increase, and I see the auto at 10.9%. I know that auto insurance has been a pet peeve of mine. And in talking and doing some research for previous meetings and presenters, is the increase in auto, especially just because the market calls for it?
Yeah, auto's really tough right now across the board. We are seeing rate increases. We're seeing vehicles that cannot be repaired. They have to be total loss because we have a lot more smart components or electrical components on vehicles. And we're seeing an increased rate of distracted driving. You know, people are on their cell phones. So, one thing that a lot of businesses, one step that they're taking in order to try to increase accountability when it comes to employees driving their vehicles is they're putting telematics in their vehicles. And these telematics systems, when they first came out, were pretty expensive to install in the vehicles, but they've gotten far easier to install. And what it is it's a camera that looks at the driver. It's a camera that looks out the front of the car and a camera that looks out the back of the car. And they can do automated alerts for distracted driving, picking up a cell phone, speeding, taking fast turns, not using blinkers. And so I am talking to everybody about telematics because it's got to be a collective change. You know, people are out there driving distracted in super expensive electronic vehicles. And until we collectively do something to try to get people to pay attention while they're driving, I don't know that we'll see a decrease in auto rates.
So if I can also address that as well. So the percentage increase that you're seeing there is actually the percentage increase in exposure. So the number of autos that you had over last year, which if we go up 10%, then of course, you know, it comes up in value. The pool actually puts together when your actuary looks at this and does the allocations out to all the members. He does a blended rate for autos. So he doesn't take in consideration on liability, whether it be a semi truck, whether it be your private passenger vehicle, or whether it be, you know, any other vehicle. The only one that they do make a change on is for buses. And on liability wise, I mean, I believe that the rate this year for the autos per auto, again, it's a blended rate, came out to like $620 a year per vehicle. Now that doesn't include the physical damage part. Physical damage is running about $2.25 per $1,000 worth of coverage. So again, really on the pool side, when we look at autos, we're really not taking a large rate on autos. We're able to spread that risk, and that's part of being part of the pool, is that being able to spread that risk throughout all of those 143 members.
Mm-hmm. And just to explain some stuff not in insurance language, liability for your vehicles is always going to fix the other person. So if Lyon County is found liable to cause bodily injury or property damage to someone else, liability is what responds to that. Property damage is what fixes Lyon County's car.
Any other questions? I got one. What's your experience with AI right now? Because the algorithms that are out there, it seems like, and I've had bad experience with it, me personally, to where they doubled my insurance. I had to pay it. And then took my time to go clean it up to get it back to where it was supposed to be. And in the county, we put into algorithms that might not be what should be there. You know what I'm saying? Because once you're in there, it's kind of hard to navigate around it.
Yeah, and as your broker for the pool, you know, we're actually face to face right now. We do have one market that we do use on the liability side that is pushing hard on their AI, but I don't believe it's going to affect rate because again, has to go through the whole actuarial process as well. And we will, as we do every year, or as I do every year for you and for the pool, we go out and we shop your insurance. We make sure that we're putting together the best program that we can. One of the biggest parts, and we always talk about the property section, is because that is the most expensive part of your coverage. And that's what costs us the most when we go out to market. We have those discussions. I go over to London every year and meet, like this year, we went for 3 days. We met with 16 people in 3 days to be able to put together the property portion of this program. And it's a face-to-face, it's a discussion. It's not them going to their computer, dropping it into some AI program. They want to know about us. They want to know what we do, how we end up, and I use we, you, all the other pool members. You know, what you do for your communities.
Yeah, I think AI. I'll speak to it on a more general sense of potentially how it's affecting your insurance. Several years ago, there was a kind of a fear about, oh my gosh, is AI gonna make us not have jobs anymore, basically. And I don't have that fear anymore because it is clumsy. There's no human aspect to it. And that's why I would say hire a broker or an agent who can go out and advocate on your behalf and speak that insurance language in order to try to negotiate your rates down. Because when you're not going on those direct to consumer online AI businesses, there is a strong human aspect to this business. When I teach my new employees, I say there's, 3 pillars that are important relationships for us in our role. And one of course is our clients that we advocate and represent and negotiate for. The second is obviously internal relationships within the company, but the third is with our insurance carriers and our underwriters, because I need to have a relationship with my underwriter where I can pick up the phone and call them and say, hey, what you're doing doesn't make sense. Like, let's take a real look at this. And it gives us an ability to negotiate rates.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you. So, talking about at the beginning, you talked about how to be more involved or whatever. And I definitely understand, and just listening to you can only imagine how busy you are in and day out. So I respect that. But I guess the only thing that I would ask, if we want to be more involved, is just share with us how much you estimate you save the county by shopping around and doing that. That would be very useful for me. But again, I don't want to create a ton of work. I'm not saying to the exact penny, it could be estimates, but that would be one thing that would be great to hear on, how, that's our true benefit from you, from what I understand. And I am no insurance guru. So, matter of fact, I think I don't know what I'd rather read. So, but that would be the only thing if I was to give you feedback on that beginning.
Perfect. I really appreciate that. And that makes sense because with how busy you are, like putting a quantitative metric on it to show the value, I definitely appreciate that. And I hear that.
And it could, yes, just, it doesn't have to be exact.
Do we have any more questions? I've gone to public comment. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move for acceptance of a renewal proposal from Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool and approve payment from fiscal year 2025-26 funds.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Casanelli, second by Commissioner Jacobson. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Well, just after 10 o'clock, I'm going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back with 7B. If everybody can please be seated. Agenda item 7B. Time certain at 9:45 for possible action. Discuss and provide direction to the Community Development Director regarding the creation of a Lyon County Water Resource Plan in partnership with a Desert Research Institute per NRS 278-0228 and other matters properly related thereto. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. So good morning, Gavin Henderson, Lyon County Community Development Director, for the record. So I'd like to just briefly introduce this item for your consideration today, regarding a potential partnership with, the Desert Research Institute, to develop a comprehensive water resource plan for Lyon County. So DRI reached out to Community Development Department, also, Lyon County Utilities, to discuss opportunities for collaboration on this effort. I met with DRI on May 6th, for an introductionary meeting of the proposed project and to start those like preliminary conversations related to the topic. Based on that meeting, it was found that the development of a water resource plan is a requirement under NRS 278-0228, and that DRI had associated grant funding opportunities to partake with Lyon County and provide those services in order to come up with a water resource plan. So staff felt with this information provided that it was appropriate to bring this matter before the board to receive direction before proceeding further in development of the water resource plan. And we do have Beverly Parker, who will be giving a brief presentation today on behalf of DRI, and they'd be available to answer any questions the board may have as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Beverly if she's online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So this is Beverly Parker, and thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to come and speak with you today. As Mr. Henderson mentioned, we have funding from the state to assist the rural and frontier Nevada counties in creating or updating their water resource plans. Next slide. Our team consists of 13 individuals. There are hydrologists, there are engagement specialists, and then data specialists to work on the different areas of the water plan. Next slide. Thank you. So what is a county water plan? According to NRS 278-228, it includes, at the county level, it includes an examination of the current water resources that are available, an analysis of the demand, and then an analysis between comparing the supply and the demand. If demand outruns the supply, then there's also the component of adding a management plan for being able to meet the demands of water within the county. Next slide. What is not the function of the county water plan? It is not to change law or regulation. It's not to be an advocacy document. It's not, it doesn't service the state or the regional or local water plans. It doesn't reallocate water among the users. We're not going to take any water rights away, or we don't have that right. And then it's not the focus of infrastructure or specific planning projects. This is just an overview of what's available, what the demand is, what the future demand will be, how they compare, and what to do about it. Next slide. So what can DRI do? We envision in this partnership that DRI can provide the technical expertise. We can compile and analyze the data, determine the existing supply and demand, and then do the analysis to help the county understand what the situation of their water resources is. We could also provide support in helping to write the water plan and provide visuals, graphs and maps and other types of visuals. And we can also help with soliciting comments from the state engineer. And what can the county do? Well, we envision that the county would provide us data. If we have a data gap from what we've already acquired from other data sets, we would work with Mr. Henderson to get the data that we may need if it's available. And then we would depend on the county to do all of the community engagement in whatever way that they envision it would be. If it's with town halls, if it's with public workshops, if it's with the advisory boards, or working with other officials that are in the county. And next slide. Oh, and then we would have the county also step by step, all the way throughout the process, be heavily involved in reviewing each of the sections and making sure that it's something that represents Lyon County and your needs. The shared responsibilities were to meet regularly, to generate the plan, provide input to each other, contribute to text and visuals, to do reviews, and then also meet with the state engineer to review the plan. Next slide. This project is funded from the Nevada DCNR's office. It's a one-time opportunity that we have received this funding. It was given to us at the end of last year, and all of our activities are covered under this grant. In addition to that, there's $20,000 for Lyon County to participate if you have the need for coverage. And the funding expires at the end of 2026. Okay. Next slide. We're done with that, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Casanelli.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just had one quick clarification between the definition of a frontier county versus a rural county.
Right. I think it's most to do with the population size.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, the Carson Water Subconservancy District has done a lot of studies and come up with a lot of data along the Carson watershed that runs through Lyon County. Are you going to be using their information?
We would be using all of the information that's available to us to use. And if most of it comes from the USGS, it can come from EPA, it can come from the state engineer's office, and then we would look for you for data and we would go to them for data. In the NRS, it specifies that the county would cover the county water plan includes the water resources and demand that are within the county boundaries. And so that would include the Conservancy District, but they can have their own water plan.
The other question I had is, beyond the funding that they provide, what would be the cost to the county, do you think?
That's a hard question to answer at this time. It's a lot of staff time, resources just to accumulate that data. The biggest burden put on staff is writing the document, formulating the sections, the public, reaching out to stakeholder groups, and on that side of things. The $20,000 could cover, and correct me if I'm wrong, Beverly, that could cover staff's time, that can cover hiring an outside consultant to help with the water resource plan. As far as a general number, it's about a 8 to 12 month process from start to finish. I could give you a general number, but as far as the accuracy behind that, I don't know if there would be any at this time.
Okay, thank you.
So you are correct in that it can include the consultant and outside consulting. It can include what's needed to conduct those outreach activities and so forth.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Beverly, I appreciate DRI reaching out and going to support us hopefully with this. And then I just wanted to comment, it seemed like years ago DRI did research on the Fernley Canal, and the information shared from your research was very interesting and eye-opening as to what that canal brings to this city of Fernley and the area. So I look forward to hopefully Lyon County we take you up on this.
Thank you. We hope so as well.
A question from the board. I got a question for county. We own all the rights to this plan, right? So they're not going to, as we develop through this, it's not being shared with anybody else or any other county until we're finished.
That's correct.
Because as we move forward, I think we need to bring our legal team in most definitely on this, because it's kind of like going to court. don't start putting out information you don't need to put out. And I really want to make sure we're doing the right thing. If anything I've ever learned in Nevada is water's the one thing that keeps us thriving, and we want to do something that's negative. I know that they said that it's not going to use it as a to change any law or regulation. This doesn't do it, but they could use the stuff out of this to change the law and regulations. So it can be used against us, and it can be used for us. So I just want to make sure that we have to get it done. We just have to make sure it's done in the correct way. So I just wanted to make sure that was out there.
Correct. You have the rights to the document. We will not share it beyond our team.
Thank you. That's reassuring. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none.
I'll make a motion that we provide a direction to the Community Development Director regarding the creation of a Lyon County Water Resource Plan in partnership with DRI per NRS 278.0228 and other matters properly related thereto.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're moving to number 9, elected officials reports. Do we have any elected officials reports? None online, none in the room. All right. Appointed officials reports, 10A for report only, a report from Lyon County Community Development Department providing an update on current projects as well as statistical data related to building permits and planning applications for the month of May. Mr. Henderson?
Thank you, Chair. Gavin Henderson, Lyon County Community Development Director for record. Willing to answer any questions related to anything found in the report.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on next agenda item.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Burketta.
Commissioners, Chairman David Burketta for the record. Just want to read something real quick and then make some quick introductions. So after nearly 29 years of service in PERS, it's time for me to officially retire from Lyon County. I'm stepping down from my position as Utilities Director. This was not an easy decision, and it comes only after careful reflection and consideration. I've had the privilege of working alongside some of the most talented, passionate, and driven individuals. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to this elected board. Your trust, leadership, and commitment to the people we serve has provided a steady compass for this organization. Working under your policies has been an honor. Your decisions have made a lasting, not just structurally or strategically, but on the people who work here every day and the community. To the internal leadership team, what an exceptional group. Their ability to lead with clarity, integrity, and purpose has been the driving force behind Lyon County's progress. I've learned a great deal from them. I'll miss the collaboration, strategic thinking, and even the occasional debate over government bureaucracy. And to Lyon County's incredible staff, thank you. Truly, they're the driving force behind this organization. Their work ethic, creativity, and resiliency has ceased to impress me. They made challenges manageable and successes all the more meaningful. I've had the privilege of watching some of them grow into their roles, rise to new challenges, and support one another with the kind of camaraderie that can't be taught. I'll miss the daily conversations, teamwork, and yes, even the Monday morning meetings. It won't be easy stepping away from something that's been a big part of my life for the past 7 years. Still, I leave knowing this organization is in exceptionally capable hands, and that means everything.
So thank you to everyone for the support, friendship, memories, and laughter. It's been an honor to be part of this team, and I wish everyone continued success, both professionally and personally. And with that, I want you to know that the Lyon County utility team, leadership team is very strong and capable. And I have two people here you'll be seeing more of. And if you just don't mind standing up real quick, Sean Sinclair and Chris Hofford. And you'll be seeing more of them here at the meetings doing the presentation. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Appointed officials reports.
Doug Holmes, the facility director for record. I was up at K Winters Park for the dedication there. I think it was really nice. Saw a lot of old people, some of Case family was there, and I think they were impressed with the plaque that you guys awarded them with. Also, it's the only lawn in Lyon County that's robotically mowed now. So, and I want to warn everybody, if they try to pick up the mower, it sends a notification to my workers, and so, and if you unplug it, it does the same thing, so. We had a few incidents already, but it does a great job, I'm surprised. I wasn't a believer. I also want to thank Dave Pachetta. He's been a great help to our organization, and I wish him the best in his next endeavor. I want to thank Matt Galvin Senior of Perry and Sons and Perry and Sons Farms and their crews for all the work they've done at the Valley View Cemetery. It looks the best it has in years. I couldn't do without their help because we only have my small staff to handle all these cemeteries. Also over in Hillcrest, Roger Rodat, he's our cemetery director over there. He took on the project of putting that veterans area in. He did a fantastic job. He's laying the rock around the monument, and he's done a great job there, and I want to thank them for that. In fact, while I was there talking the other day, some random guy pulled in and says the best cemeteries ever looked. So it was nice to hear a praise instead of usually they're nagging on us about something. I know the Dayton Senior Fence, the Dayton Senior Center, the fence there has been a hot issue. Me and Judge met the other day up there at the property and looked at it. The kids are almost already toward almost the fence down. But we're gonna, I talked to the property owner right next to the property. I think his name was Bill O'Grady. And asked him about what he thought. And so we're gonna put in a self-closing gate right now. We've told the fence company to get busy on that. And he volunteered. He said, I'll keep an eye, make sure they don't prop the gate open and all that. So at least they're getting involved. The community's getting involved a little bit with it, and we'll see if it works. If this solves the issue. We were gonna move it back a little way, so they had to go along the property line to get around the library, but that whole area is full of utilities there, and to put a fence in would be pretty costly, and I didn't want to hit any of their utilities there. So that should be going on soon. We've done about renovation at the fairgrounds, the big barn, to dress it up a little bit, put a lot of LED lights in concession areas. The road department hauled and graded and rolled a big area of highway grindings that the NDOT donated to the fair board to make a nice surface out there for putting the carnival on, so that people aren't out in there in the dusty dirt. Friendly Justice Court, the block walls are up. They're moving along with that project. They'll start framing here in the next week or so, the interior walls, and getting the roof on that. We did a site walkthrough of the new Dayton government building with the potential contractors that might be bidding on the project. And that went really well. I'm excited to see that project get started. And then I've got the Leroy Goodman plaque in, so I need to know when you guys want to set up a thing for that, so my guys can install it a few days before. I don't want to put it up now and you have it a month later, so let me know when you guys pick out a date, and we'll get it installed for you. It's a really pretty plaque. It's got his face on the plaque. It really looks nice.
I've reached out to the commission, to Congressman Amade. He wants to make sure he's available for that.
Yep.
So that we're kind of coordinating with him.
Yeah. let me know.
Okay. Mr. Foley.
Josh Fuller, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. Wanted to update you on a few things. The Sangatsi Peak Power Line Replacement Project has just been wrapped up by the contractor. They significantly increased the height of it, so people can't just reach out and touch the wires from the ground or a vehicle. Guyed it, replaced a number of poles, and then we took the copper wire that was taken down. They spooled it up, and we took it to a recycler and cashed a check in the clerk treasurer's office. We didn't cash it, we deposited it. So that one's got a nail in the coffin, hopefully. The sound system in here, we had a company come in and rebalance it. What we found were gremlins in the system. People had gone in, hopefully well-intentioned, and made modifications and unplugged things. And so we found some speakers that were not plugged in. We had to rebalance the feedback system once we got everything working properly again. And so hopefully it's going to be a lot more clear online, and we'll actually have speakers in the back. People can hear you in here. And there will be new microphone covers that should be here any day. They said, IT said if they got them in today, they'd come in during the meeting and replace them while you guys are working. I told them they could wait a little bit. Yes.
Just real quick on that, note on that, sorry to the people in the back for not being able to hear us.
And I appreciate not hearing my own voice coming back at me while I'm talking.
Perfect. So hopefully it'll be a bit better. In addition to that, at your next meeting, I'll be bringing back the annual summarization of the contingency transfer, showing all the items that the board has approved for the year and an official resolution for that. So expect that at your next meeting. And then the debt service policy and 5-year capital improvement plan is required to be adopted each year before June 30th. So that'll be on your agenda as well as in addition, you'll be certifying the tax rates for the county. So that's all I have, unless you have questions.
Any questions?
Oh, I have one last thing. I want to publicly thank David Burketta for all that he has done for us. He's been a pleasure to work with the whole time he's been here. So congratulations on his retirement.
Thank you. Any more appointed officials reports? Moving on to advisory board reports. 11A, the Dayton Regional Advisory Board recommends to the Board of County Commissioners to have staff investigate the safety and access issues with a newly installed fence and find a solution which allows pedestrian bicycle access to and from schools, and also it alleviates motorcycle and other safety concerns. That Dayton Cab transmittals in our packets. Is there any other advisory board reports? We have Mr.
Yes.
Oldham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Keller. Wanted to let everybody know the repaving project in Silver City is moving along. They've finished all the prep work and they're actually starting to lay down the asphalt. So we want to thank the road department and the contractors, but especially wanted to thank Judge Smith, who's not the road guy, but he actually solved a big problem for us in association with this road project. He realized that the repaving project might just produce enough fill to enable our cemetery expansion that we've been talking about for quite a while. We had the county owns property next to the existing cemetery, which is acquired in order to expand the cemetery. But unfortunately, it's too steep and the soil there is too shallow for it to actually be used. So we were in search of fill to change the landscape there so that it could be used. Judge realized that when they're repaving the roads, they strip off the asphalt, but then they have to take down another several inches of material in order to set the base on a stable foundation. And lo and behold, that material was enough. What happened is they scrape it off, load it up, and drive it over to the cemetery site. And lo and behold, that's been enough fill to actually turn the property into a usable, we can now use that as a cemetery. With Judge doing what he did, it's really an example, and why we're really thankful for him. It's just an example of a county employee of just being aware of the community and aware of our needs and stepping in when he saw the situation and helping to solve the problem. So thanks a lot, Judge. We really appreciate it. Our next step then is we're ready to start thinking about a designing the actual cemetery expansion. The other thing I wanted to mention is we have spent the last week working on the community mural. It's actually quite a sight to see. I'm absolutely amazed. The tried and taught artists have taken, oh, there's probably been 10 or 15 townspeople who work on it. Some of whom are actual artists and some of whom are have a hard time just coloring inside the lines, but they've coordinated that and it's all working out really well. We're probably going to wrap up this afternoon. There will be a brief ceremony commemorating the finishing of the mural at 7 o'clock tonight. You are all invited, and I have heard that there might be champagne. So that's all I have from Silver City. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Do we have any other advisory board reports? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda, number 12. Action will be taken on all items. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the Board of County Commissioners with one action and without an extensive hearing. Any member of the board or any citizen may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed, and acted upon separately during this meeting. Does anyone want to pull an item off the consent agenda? 12J. 12J. Any other items? Anyone from the public?
With that, Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda 12A through 12K, pulling 12J for just a brief question.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 12J, for possible action, accept the donation of electronic scoreboard from Shields and the use of park construction tax to install a scoreboard at Silver Stage ball field at a cost not to exceed $10,000. This was recommended for approval by the Central Lyon Park Board on their May 14th, 2025 meeting. Go ahead, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. Doug, thank you. First of all, who solicited the donation from Shields?
I think the park board did. So I think it actually probably was one of the coaches. I don't know for sure, but we didn't.
Well, if you've, we could figure out who requested that.
Yes.
Could you send them a thank you, at least from me on the board? And I'm sure the other commissioners are in agreement that we should thank whoever reached out to get this, because
I guess Shields has this program I didn't know about, and one of the people on the board went to them and they said, yeah, they'd love to donate it.
right on. And then they'll have Shields on there, some sort of recognition for.
I assume their name is on the scoreboard somewhere. I don't know.
I would hope. I mean, that's the least that we can do. I don't know if that meets, if we have to, I don't know if there's a.
If not, I could purchase a sign to put on there.
Yeah, right. And then is there a way, I'm just curious, if there's a email strand or something to our developers or builders or countywide. I was just curious if we put that out there as possible additional, have kind of naming rights to that school board or that school board, the scoreboard. And maybe there's a contractor out there or somebody that would donate the poles and construction, and then they could have co-naming rights on that too. I don't know if that's, I'm not asking you to sit on the phone and call. Is there an email list or something that we can shoot out saying, hey, this is coming up? Any of you interested in taking on this project, donating it, would give you some naming rights and some free advertising or whatever, just to save the county money.
I'd have to ask, especially the district attorney for, they expecting something back in return, I don't know. I don't want to get involved in asking for donations and, hey, we'll run that plan through for you.
Well, what they would get in return is maybe their name publicized. That's all I would think, but anything to save the county and taxpayer money. But again, if you could, whoever reached out to Shields and applied for this, could you make sure and tell them?
Judge Smith, the one that was talking, that Survey City was talking about, is the one that attends their board meetings, and I'll find out who.
Right on, because I'm sure it's going to be a great improvement to the field, and again, the cost of the scoreboard is really right up our alley.
Get it solar powered, but we don't know yet. We'll have to talk to Shield still.
Right on. Thank you, sir. With that, wait, public comment probably.
Could we have any public comment on that item? Seeing none?
With that, Chair, I'll make a motion to accept a donation of an electronic scoreboard from Shields and the use of park construction tax funds to install the scoreboard at Silver Stage Ball Field at no cost, at a cost not to exceed $10,000.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Brings us back to the regular agenda. Action, we've taken all items unless otherwise noted. 13, Sheriff, for possible action, approve a contract between Axon Enterprise and Lyon County for 5 years in the amount of $90,663.84 per year for the Sheriff's Office tasers, effective July 1st, 2025. The contract will automatically renew for an additional 5-year term with effective pricing in place upon the renewal date.
Sure. Morning again, Lyon County Sheriff Brad Pope for the record. Taser has a systematic way of upgrading their taser product and phasing out the former model. This is the 4th taser upgrade since I've been employed by the Sheriff's Office. It's called the Taser 10. Currently, the Sheriff's Office operates with the Taser 7. There was no Model 8 or 9, but Taser 10 offers 10 individual darts that could be fired separately, as opposed to 2 darts from our current Taser 7s. The reason why we need the upgrade is Taser has phased out the Taser 7 and will no longer service or repair Taser 7s. After being in service for about 5 to 6 years, everyday use, parts on those wear out, the safety mechanisms fall off, they're plastic, they wear out, triggers wear out, etc. Don't hold a charge and become ineffective. So this is a normal operating cost and normal upgrade that we look at about every 5 years with our Taser product.
Commissioner James.
Thank you, sir. Sheriff Pope, thank you. That is a great business model. Make stuff obsolete, so you have to buy new. But what exactly does it mean, effective pricing?
Such an effective business model that I can't.
It sounds like prices are going to go up and not down, and we're agreeing to prices increasing and not going down.
So 5 years, that's possible. It could go up. I don't believe that the price went up that much from our last 5-year contract that we had with tasers from the Taser 7. We did look at a purchase option. This is a lease option, but with the purchase option is substantially more. And with the lease option, if a taser breaks down, Axon sends us a replacement right away. So we figured this was the cheaper option, actually the better option to go for the county. So What that term effective pricing means, I couldn't tell you. We'd almost have to wait at the end of the 5 years, and I hate to say a line like read the bill to find what's in it, but that seems to be the case. But I would imagine prices going up on everything in 5 years.
Oh, and then would it be cheaper for us just to pay by the time, every time we use it, or? I'm joking.
No.
Commissioner Arcady.
Well, I looked into the Model 10, phenomenal taser. Be able to quick change a magazine with 10 darts in it versus you got 2 and one usually doesn't work. One normally misses. This way you can fire another one quickly. It's just like having a firearm with 10 rounds of ammunition, except that it's not lethal. And the fact that it probably will be more effective means that we don't have to be using lethal weapon if we can take somebody down with a taser. So it's a lot of money, but it could certainly save an officer or definitely save somebody that is a criminal's life, and then we don't face that lawsuit in the future. But if you haven't seen how it works, go online and look at Axon Model 10. I was impressed. I was very impressed.
Go to the person who gets 10 darts.
Yeah. Well, they show one getting hit by 2. I've been hit with taser before, but it just dropped them. So it's significantly non-lethal but effective.
Very effective.
Other questions? I had one thing, I'm not real good at okaying something that I don't know the price of in 5 years. So why do we have to have that effective pricing? How come we can't look at that in 5 years again?
I think any kind of projection on what the market would be in 5 years would be subjective, but
Why would we agree to that now, is what I'm saying. We don't know what the price is. There could be new technology that you might want for the sheriff's department.
within the next 5 years.
Yeah, I have no idea. Things change quickly. I just don't.
I would say that's fair, but I would say in 20 years with the sheriff's office, we've gone through 4 taser upgrades, and this has been pretty standard. We started out with the M model, and then they went to the new X series. The technology seems to be just like any other computer technology or electronic technology, seems to multiply exponentially every year. But looking at the product, I think there's a certain level of trust in our decision making that this product will be worthy for the next 5 years and possibly past that. But it's the only non-lethal electronic device that is accepted by law enforcement agencies. So it's kind of a necessity. And I do agree with you. I don't know what the price is going to be in 5 years. I don't even know that Taser knows what the price is going to be in 5 years.
Yeah, I have no problem with the 5 years now. But the way it's worded, it's like in whatever they want to charge in 5 years.
Well, it'd be a new contract, so you're right. It could double, it could triple, it could be less. So unsure. And at 5 years, if we don't want to stick with the Taser, hopefully there's another less lethal option on the market that is competitive, but at this time, there's not.
But it says that we will automatically renew it. Is that for our benefit or for their benefit, is what I'm asking. In other words, can we cancel it in 5 years?
Say for both benefit, but if it locks us in at that price, but like I said, this wasn't a very large increase from our Taser 7. Taser's been consistently working with us in law enforcement. We also use their Axon body cam system that's under a similar contract. And we hadn't seen a giant price increase.
Like I said, I have no problem with the 5 years. I just don't know if you can back out the next 5 years.
Something we could research before you approve it if you like.
I think that would be an option. I mean, I have no problem with the 5 years. We can okay the 5 years right now. And then bring that additional 5 years back if you'd like. Or is that part of the contract is what I just got questions.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So I believe that's part of the contract is that there is an automatic renewal. So my recommendation, if the board chooses, would be to table it till the next.
He goes in next week, so one of us gets to show.
Yeah, so, I would recommend that, you know, we table it if that's the case, if that's what the board would like to do, so that we can, research that and bring it back at the next meeting.
I'll leave it up to the board of how they want to move forward. If they want to go ahead and approve it now or table it.
I can research it and rewrite the agenda item if I need to. It's not a big deal.
I did struggle with the wording and effective pricing as well.
So if when you bring it back, if you brought it back to said no more than this much increase, or what does that actually look like for you? So it's not a blanket.
I mean, in essence, they hold all the cards if that's what it is to do business with their
I'll
company.
bring that back and tell us that. But tell us what the options are, because I think that you should have options to not be held under the gun.
Or the taser, so to speak.
Well, for the price. It's just the price. Nothing against the thing. Commissioner Jacobson.
I don't know if this is an option. But do you have someone that could call them and just get clarification on that, and we could bring this back later in this meeting? It sounds like you'd like to get these ordered and get that done. Is there a number that can be called just for clarification on that wording, or is that not?
If you want to bring it back this afternoon, I can call our taser rep, look at the contract myself, and give you guys a better answer there.
That seems like something that we could do and get clarification on that.
Well, there is an 800 number right on the top of the contract, but
We have a specific rep that we go through. I can contact you. Yeah, this afternoon. We'll be here all day, so.
But yeah, I don't want to delay ordering and obviously get in the way of your work, but I think we could bring it back and maybe address it later today.
And I'm fine with the 5 years added on, but I just want to know what the clarification is, if you can back out, if it was too exorbitant, or if a new product came out or whatever, just what are your options going to be?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the contract has several mentions of termination in the contract, which basically at the end of 5 years, if the price went way up, all they have to do is not pay, and then they terminate it. But I mean, it's not really the way you'd want to go, but there is a caveat to getting out of the contract. Just
without being sued for having to still pay for it. They could terminate it, but I don't know. That's illegal.
But I reviewed it. It seemed like a pretty standard contract with Taser and Axon, but I'll answer your specific questions if you guys want to take a look this up.
And with that, I'm sorry, but I don't know if Lyon County wants to get in the business of not paying a bill that we agreed to in an open session.
So if you could just bring it back as soon as you're ready, we can, I can readdress it. So we'll take a motion to recess it until you bring it back.
If you can remind me one more time what your specific questions are, that way I'm clear.
My specific question is, can you back out of the contract in 5 years for any reason, either from the cost being too expensive or if new technology came on the market? In other words, you have options. I want to know what your options are. That's all I want to know.
Thank you.
Do we have to take a motion to table that or just, okay. So we'll set that aside for right now and go to 14, comptroller, 14A for possible action. Approve the fee resolution for our Lyon County departments effective July 1st, 2025. Mr. Foley.
Josh Fuller, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record. Every year I reach out to the department heads and ask them what fees we should be requesting the board to potentially revise. And so the ones that came up this year, the clerk treasurer's office is requesting to add a $3 fee for incoming wire transfers, because sometimes you get a taxpayer that wants to pay by wire instead of writing a check to us, but it does cost us money at the bank to accept those. So that's one of those. Dayton Valley Event Center would like to remove the fees, allowing use of a county water truck and a tractor, as there aren't any available at that facility currently. Facilities would like to change a number of The building use, cleaning damage deposits, just do a single deposit that covers both of those, no change in the total amount. And then building and planning, there were a number of fees that we did business impact statements on at your last board meeting that are included in this agenda item today. So I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions from the board? Anything from the public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move to approve the fee resolution for all Lyon County departments effective July 1st, 2025.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Huckabee. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Brings us to 15A, public hearing on planning items. For possible action to approve a request by CEA Dairy RNG Nevada LLC and for a conditional use permit for a recommissioning of a legally existing non-conforming use consisting of an anaerobic digester for methane production and to ensure compliance with the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection Regulations on land subject to rural residential 20-acre zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Louis Carriola, Senior Planner, presenting. So the subject parcel is located in Smith Valley. On the left, we have our vicinity map. Admittingly, that covers a lot of area. The general location is southwest of Yerington, north of Highway 208, and west of Highway 339. The address is 40 Honeywell Lane. And as we'll discuss later in the presentation, access will be provided for the proposed use via Honeywell Lane. Existing conditions on the site seen here in an aerial image from the county's GIS system. There's an operating bovine dairy. There's an existing methane digester tank. You can see that located on the north side of the parcel. And I do need to point out that this proposal, the applicant being CEA Dairy R&B, would be the operators here for the CUP that they're requesting, which is sort of a separate operation from the functioning dairy. So when we wrote the staff report and recommend conditions, they would be applying to this methane digester operation, not necessarily applying to the rest of the dairy. Here we see the existing conditions. This is a little bit of an oddity, and we'll touch on why we're in this situation later in the presentation. But the infrastructure already exists for this use. So obviously that's a little backwards for our typical process where they're requesting a conditional use permit post-construction. And again, we will touch on the details moving forward. On the right, we just see a blow up of the existing operation with water tank, propane tank, the existing digester tank, and then some of the compressor areas. Some background information, we'll touch on the land use designations in a moment, but from a physical standpoint, the site is not located within a special flood hazard area per the FEMA floodplain maps. And just as the rest of Smith Valley, there are no public utilities for water and sewer in the area. The master plan designations include a rural designation for our character district, again, as the rest of Smith Valley would be designated with the lack of public utilities. And the master plan designation is agriculture, which is consistent with the existing use of a dairy. The zoning for the site still is, as we always talk about zoning, it does carry a designation of 5th Rural Residential District from our expired development code. As again, we discuss every time with zoning, our conversion chart, the zoning consistency matrix, makes this site subject to rural residential 20-acre minimum zoning standards. As we already talked, there's the existing digester on tank. I apologize for the repeated image here, but the staff report does include significantly more information on the existing operation, including additional photos. Here we see an image of the tank, just for a little bit of a background. A methane digester tank is an anaerobic system within a sealed container. As we discussed in the planning commission meeting, when the applicant made comments, that tank already includes a double containment. So there is a secondary level of caution here for the existing construction. Anaerobic, if you remember from high school biology, means lack of oxygen, where bacteria breaks down the manure. That's the stock here to create the methane gas. The gas is then captured and then put in a truck and taken to a distribution site operated by the applicants, by the same company as the applicants in Stagecoach. Looking at our land use tables, we'll see that fossil or alternative fuel generating facilities for commercial use, were they to be proposed as a standalone use, would not be permitted in the RR20 zoning district. So that's why in the description you do see the description of being legally existing and non-conforming. However, if we look at the background for how we are in the situation where we're requesting a CUP with the site already developed, the planning administration in 2020 and 2021 made a determination that the digester tank in that whole operation would be accessory to the existing dairy and would not require either a conditional use permit or additional planning review. As such, the building department did issue building permits. So everything that's in place was legally constructed and operated. The actual commissioning of the entire system was never completed, however. And in November of 2023, the NDP CAP program, the Chemical Accident Prevention Program, reached out to community development and let us know that there was sort of an oversight. They did acknowledge that they themselves kind of missed this, that NRS statutes require that the local jurisdiction issue conditional use permits for these methane digester systems because they're recognized as being the manufacturing of explosive materials and or processing of hazardous materials. So the NRS statute is quoted in the staff report. But I think the important takeaway here is that the existing development was legally constructed, was approved by planning and I believe the county manager at the time also as not requiring any additional planning entitlements. So that's why we're in the situation we are now. The project description includes, in the staff report includes more of the technical details, and I'll try and explain myself. The applicant does have representation, I believe, on Zoom if we need, if you have questions for them. But the proposal is to complete this system. The term being used is recommissioning, but essentially that would require submittal by the applicants, provided they attain an approval, to the building department for additional building permits, as well as permits from that NDP CAP program. So, you know, Lyon County Planning and Lyon County Building Department are not suddenly becoming experts in this type of construction or this operation. We are, again, per NRS statutes, required to issue this CUP. The NDP CAP program will also have their own permitting process, as will the fire district in Smith Valley for review. Oh, and the tank is 2.2 million gallons in size. If you recall, we did from the same applicant have an item before you a couple months ago over in Mason Valley, and that operation consisted of a larger area. This is a smaller area. Again, I think we've already seen this image, so we can go on. More of the applicant's photos. There's again the tank, and then the compressors and the some of the dewatering equipment. The conditions for conditional use permits found in Title 15, Chapter 230.06. And as we typically do, without running through all of the conditions, we do have some summaries here of staff's findings that are in their entirety in the staff report. But the use is consistent with agricultural uses per previous planning determination. Again, if someone had come forward just with this proposal on this site in the zoning district, staff would not be able to permit this. It was recognized as being accessory to the existing dairy. The existing tank and equipment was constructed according to approved building plans, so they of course had to meet the applicable building standards at the time of construction. I think the big one here is that NDEP's CAP staff and program will be the more technical permitting authority, not Lyon County. So we're not relying on our limited knowledge of how these types of systems should be constructed. The operational footprint of the dairy is not really being expanded. This is about 6.4 acres of I think the 311 acre dairy. So that footprint already exists. As previously mentioned, there will be independent submittals and reviews to the fire district in addition to the building department. And regarding public right of ways, we were able to confirm, I mean, that the additional traffic is essentially one tanker truck that would daily, one annual trip. During the public comment, well, we received public comment with concerns about proposed access. During the planning commission, we did have some discussions about adding additional conditions based on the concerns from the public and maybe some omissions, frankly, in the staff report. One of them, and I think that maybe, I wouldn't say it's the most important, but it was pointed out that the access in Honeywell Lane is on a roadway that is improved to a standard that could maintain a tanker truck, whereas some of the roadways to the east of the dairy are less improved. So we staff has added some conditions or recommended some conditions for planning commission. The planning commission did forward those recommended conditions to the board. I've summarized them here. Condition 6 states that Lower Colony Road, well, Honeywell Lane shall be used exclusively for the tanker truck. Light fixtures need to be full cutoff. That means casting light downward and not broadcasting it out to assist in limiting light pollution. And then noise. So we did take advantage of Title 15's code sections for limiting industrial noise, or industrial use noise adjacent to residential districts. So we have quoted those standards in the recommended conditions of approval. They include limiting a daytime decibel weighted average of 65 and a nighttime dBA of 60. Recommended motion for approval is here, of course, available for questions. And again, I would point out the applicant does have attendees on Zoom if you had technical questions about the operation.
Do we have any questions?
Did they want to present? Did they say?
Yeah, are we having further presentation from?
I was not provided with a presentation from the applicant, but I do see Virginia Vice is on, and I'm not sure who else from the group might be on Zoom.
Does anyone from the dairy want to make comment right now?
This is Virginia Wise. I'm happy to do so. We do not have a formal presentation prepared to review with you guys. We're happy to answer any questions that y'all may have about the operation, whether it be related to this permit or just in general what it is that we're doing on site. And overall, we just want to thank the committee and the board for considering our application for our cup at the Smith Valley Dairy. And we want to assure both the board and the folks attending in public in general that we fully intend to be good stewards and neighbors in the community. Again, thanks for considering our application. And if you have any questions, we welcome them.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Geller. we do know that the state considers this an explosive facility. And so the concern would be what type of insurance does your company carry to make sure that if something does happen, that any damages are taken care of for the surrounding area?
Oops. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I do see that Jamie Jacobs with our team is also on the phone. In terms of the insurance that we carry, and Jamie, please correct me if I'm wrong. Our company it's a Fortune 500 company, so we're self-insured to some extent to a certain dollar value, and then beyond that, we do carry traditional insurance. Specifically with regard to the explosive factor, so we're currently conducting a study called it's a PHA, and it's I believe it stands for process hazard assessment, and it's a technical study that looks at basically worst case scenarios, what could happen. We've already completed that study at the Desert Hills facility, and if we cross apply the results, given that the Desert Hills facility is larger than the Smith Valley facility, any impacts would actually be expected to stay within the dairy proper, if that's helpful.
Answer your question. Any more questions?
And maybe possibly talked all around it. You say you're self-insured, but you have other insurance possibly if you need it. Am I hearing that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was looking at the pictures too, and I wanted to know about your security on that. Is there going to be more added security around that? Being that it's an explosive area. I was looking at the fencing.
Sure. The fencing should be, I don't know, I presume it's intact and hasn't been damaged over the brief pause in construction. It would be similar to that. There are various pieces of equipment that once we get fully in operation, we'll have security cameras on them that report back to our headquarters in Richmond, Virginia, and monitor via that way. They also, certain doors, if they're propped open, will send a similar alert back to folks in Virginia that will cause a chain reaction of phone calls to be made until we can figure out why doors are open or what's happening on site.
Thank you, Chair. Virginia, I believe, I was born and raised actually on a dairy farm over at a slurry pond. So this, did I hear that right? You switch out one load of slurry a day into this?
It's supposed to work in terms of the manure. It should be a relatively constant feed to the facility. It's one truck a day of natural gas that would be traveling on the road, the public roads.
And so that's, your system feeds that automatically from your dairy all right. And that doesn't require additional travel on the roads. It's just the slurry automatically is added to that, and
It's a set, and Jamie, you might need to help me here. It's a self-contained process in terms of, I believe this is a scrape system. So a dairy truck would drive around the feedlots, if you will, scrape up the manure and dump that into our receiving pits. But to do so, I don't believe that they would have to go on public roads to do so.
thank you.
Yeah, that's right, Gina. This is Jamie Jacobs with Dominion, the parent company for CEA Dairy RNG. Yeah, it is. This dairy does some scraping and some flush. but that is fed just across the lot by pipe into a reception pit. So that's how the slurry is contained, and then it goes through some mixing and fed into the digester. So the only trucking that's part of this facility is the RNG, the renewable natural gas is the end product after the digestion is complete.
So this has never been in operation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because I saw in some backup, it seemed like they were complaining about the noise, but so the noise has never come from this methane tank or producing that methane, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So it's just noise from other operations that, all right. That clears that up for me. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions from the board? I'll go ahead and go out to public comment. Do we have a public comment? Seeing none, bring back.
Jimmy Campbell, Mason Valley. I think this should be permitted. I mean, we have one in Mason Valley working. There's no reason it can't work there. That dairy's a state-of-the-art dairy. I've delivered out there literally hundreds of times during all times of the day, and the odor is negligible. You know, it's very state-of-the-art, very clean, very professional. So I'm totally in favor of it.
Did you sign?
No, they don't have a pen here, so. You don't have a pen, you don't get my name.
Any other public comment?
No, I just, my comment basically is that it hasn't been in operation, but we do have a significant number of inspections that are going to be taking place in order to make sure that it's sat for quite a while, and we want to make sure that everything is operational before it's actually put in use. And if that happens, I'm happy.
I do have one other comment. I would like to see that new laser system tested on Jeff Page.
You don't have to pay for the taser. This brings us back to what's on the agenda. So we'll bring it back to the board. Is there any other comment? I have one comment. As far as all the regulations and everything else, they go with emergency management and with the sheriff's department. I noticed that they had fire on there, but both of those, because the notification sounds like it's going back to Virginia if there's a problem, and it should be right here. If there's a problem, we should be notified.
Okay, I believe we could probably recommend a suggested addition to the conditions of approval.
Yeah, I think
something along those lines.
Yeah, something along that line with emergency management and sheriff's department.
Sheriff's Department, Emergency Management, we can add that to the conditions of approval. Yes, sir.
With that being said, is there motion?
Here, Kelly, I'll make a motion, based on the aforementioned findings, A through G, I move the Board of County Commissioners approve the request from CEA Dairy RNG Nevada LLC for conditional use permit for the recommissioning of a legally existing non-conforming use consisting of an anaerobic digester for methane production and to ensure compliance with the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection regulations on land subject to rural residential 20-acre RR20 zoning APN 010-111-44 PLZ 2025-01 and conditions of approval 1 through 12. It sounds like now adding 12, the commission is briefed on any failures from the system.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, seconded by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. See if we can get one more done before lunch. Brings it to 15B for possible action to approve the request from Comstock Metals Corporation for a conditional use permit for temporary storage of hazardous material, universal waste consisting of end-of-life photovoltaic solar panels on land subject to IS Heavy Industrial Suburban Zoning located 800 Lake Avenue in Silver Springs on approximately 11.31 acres, APN 015-14208, PLZ 2025-011.
Thank you, sir. Again, Louis Carroll, Senior Planner presenting. Subject site's located in Silver Springs. On the left, our vicinity map showing the general location southwest of the traffic circle for highways 50 and 95A in Silver Springs. On the right, we can see the location relative to the eastern side of the Silver Springs Airport runway. The current parcel is 11.31 acres in size. As we'll touch on here, there is a proposed boundary line adjustment to expand the size of that site. 700 Lake Avenue to the east and then 600 Lake Avenue are also noted because they have common ownership group, and the uses at 600 Lake Avenue are in concert with the proposed CUP. Again, more details to come. We can note the county offices there on Lake Avenue on the south side of 600 Lake Avenue, where Sheriff Pope and Dr. Holmes have staff. The master plan designations include the suburban character district typified by the existence of public utilities for water and sewer, and the master plan designation is employment. Within our 2020 master plan, the employment land use is recognized as being appropriate for light manufacturing and a range of other industrial and commercial services and operations, which is consistent with this request. The zoning, the applicable zoning for the site is heavy industrial. We'll note the surrounding areas, so the east, west, and north also share that heavy industrial zoning, but to the south, there is a residential neighborhood in the south side of Lake Avenue with a 12,000 square foot parcel size minimum. Looking through our land use tables to identify this use and its required entitlement, we find both hazardous waste processing and hazardous material storage require conditional use permits. The proposed material for storage on site are end-of-life solar panels to provide stock for recycling operation of said solar panels. Solar panel materials are recognized as being universal waste by EPA, and universal waste by definition is technically hazardous waste. Although, as you might imagine, the range of hazardous waste includes materials that are much more hazardous and volatile than what we would see in a solar panel. However, the classification does still apply. We have a number of slides here for project summary and description because this project is sort of unique in the sense that this is a proposed storage area to provide stock for a previously approved conditional use permit over at 600 Lake Avenue for the recycling of solar panels. Comstock Metals has been developing a proprietary system here in operation at 600 Lake Avenue for solar panel recycling. And the applicant's representation can talk about the details there. The proposed area here, we can move forward. Proposed area here, it seems a little odd to be separate from the recycling operation. And that's because the federal regulations for holding the stock for the recycling operation, since these are universal waste material streams require a separation of a parcel between the storage and the recycling operation. So this common ownership group for 600, 700, and 800 Lake Avenue have been able to utilize this area of Silver Springs for both the storage and the recycling operation. So, thanks. One point I did want to make here is that a little less than a year ago, on June 20th, 2024, this board did approve the conditional use permit for the recycling operation over at 600 Lake Avenue. I previously mentioned that the proposed configuration for the storage area is going to be expanding per, I didn't mention this part, a boundary line adjustment that's already been submitted to Lyon County Community Development. It's already been reviewed for completeness. However, staff is holding back on recommending recordation of the new map. It essentially would shrink the size of 700 Lake Avenue, the parcel between the recycling operation and the storage, and increase the size of 800 Lake Avenue. As previously mentioned, the federal regulations require that there be a parcel separating the two. And this is just a quick image from the map showing the parcel line at 800 Lake Avenue that would be moved, creating a new storage area parcel of about 16.63 acres. The next few slides have included a depiction of the proposed project. We can see that storage area, that red check is to depict sort of a generalized outlay for how the panel stock would be oriented. And then I think this is a pretty clever design element for this proposed project, which is a 30-foot wide access easement and roadway through 700 Lake Avenue. Recall that these properties are all commonly owned. And what this does is it takes any of the truck traffic and any of the internal movements between the properties off of public roadways. Also, it's notable that the county offices shouldn't be affected at all. They have their own access to Lake Avenue. There's also, per our planning and building regulations, they will have to construct an office and parking along with restrooms over at 800 Lake Avenue on the storage site. Here's zoom in of the 30-foot wide access easement and roadway and the small building as previously mentioned. Connection to the public utilities there will be required, as will additional paving to that access point on the storage site. Here's an image, a bit more pictures in the staff report of the typical pallets as they come in with these expired feedstock of end-of-life solar panels, approximately 40 inches by 80 inches in size. And we see an advertisement next to the pallets for scale. Again, chapter 15-230-06 includes the findings for a conditional use permit that staff works through in order to make recommendations. And again, here are just some summaries. To start, the use is consistent with the master plan designation. The applicant will be responsible for attaining other state and federal approvals. As previously mentioned, of course, universal waste governed by federal and state regulations will require state permits. The county will require building permits as well as any kind of tenant improvements that might be required in the future. Independent submittal and approval of the storage area and design will have to be approved by Central Lyon Fire. Because as we know, I think when we discussed this item last year, there is a potential for significant customized fire suppression for solar panels. The conditions of approval seek to mitigate potential impacts to neighboring properties. And they do authorize the community development director to require items like a noise study, were it to be found that somehow the movements on site were exceeding those standards we spoke about in the last item of 65 dBA for daytime hours and 60 in the evening. We have required a solid fence, not a chain link with slats, a solid fence along the southern boundary of 800 Lake Avenue, that storage area, so that if and when future residential development is built to the south, that most of the area will be screened. Stormwater management will have to be assessed with site improvements and building permits, so we don't really have that level of civil design yet at this stage for the CUP. And then requirements for secondary storage would be something that would be administered and required per the state authorization. I think this, I kind of already touched on this. One thing I forgot to mention this. The use is contingent on the ongoing operation at 600 Lake Avenue for the solar panel recycling. So this CUP, were it to be approved, is not an authorization for just an outdoor storage dump site. So we did include a condition of approval that states if the recycling operation ceases to operate, then within 12 months, all the material has to be moved from 800 Lake Avenue. Additionally, we limited truck deliveries to the same hours that were agreed upon for the recycling operation of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And as previously mentioned, the community development director may require a sound study if it's found to be exceeding the allowable levels. And the roads director will have the right to require a traffic impact study if our typical thresholds for requiring such a study and potential improvements on Lake Avenue is met. The standard internally here is 80 peak hour trips or 500 average daily trips. On May 13th, 2025, the Planning Commission did hear presentations from staff and the applicant for this item, forwarded a recommendation of approval with the added conditions, as previously mentioned. The vote was six ayes, 0 nays, and 1 abstention. Commissioner Ewing did abstain for financial interest reasons. Based on the findings and the staff report, staff is able to recommend approval, as did the Planning Commission. Available for questions, and again, the applicant does have representation in-house.
There's a question from any questions from the board? Commissioner Huckabee.
And thank you, Chairman Keller. They're supposed to move if they stop the recycling, they're going to be ceasing operation. They can't leave the stuff there. We're saying as part of this, they have to remove them within a year.
Yes, sir.
What kind of a bond do we have in case they just walk off? Like, because we all know California, Solyndra, they left an entire warehouse full of hazardous waste. So do we have any bond that says
It's missing from the conditions of approval, and I think we should certainly add something along those lines. But we do have representatives here. I think it's great to get them on the record for that.
all right?
That was one of my questions, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. My question would be on the definition of temporary storage. I guess, what is the average turnaround of these panels to get them recycled? Temporary is, we see portable units all the time and they're more permanent than portable, but what is what's their timeline on a temporary?
The state and federal regulations don't allow storage over 12 months.
Okay, so it's 12 months.
Yes. Which aligns with the timeline to take all the materials off.
So that brings some of my questions up. They're being answered as we're talking. The bad part about it is when they start to degrade, right? And then it goes into the water system, stuff like that. So that 1 year is supposed to allow for that, to make sure they don't start to degrade, right? I assume.
Yeah.
You mentioned the fence. What height is that fence?
6 feet.
6 feet. And the panels are 8 feet?
I don't know if they're 8 feet tall, at 6'8", 6 feet 8 inches.
Yeah.
Right, 80 feet.
84 inches.
And the only other question or comment that I had was on the road improvements, that building that's on the office or whatever. Is there a road that has to go back there because it's a commercial building, or is it just dirt? Gravel?
They'll have to pave Lake Avenue, improve it to that new access, get an encroachment permit from the roads department, and then pave their parking as well. They are not being required by the roads department to pave the entire frontage of Lake Avenue unless a future access point was proposed, and they would have to pave that section as well.
If the semi start using that, then that
Yes,
would trigger it.
that's correct, sir.
That's all I had.
One question, if the fence is not gonna be chain link with slats, what material is proposed for that? Is that be?
So we dictated solid fence, obviously masonry would meet the bill there. I think it's more likely to have a wooden fence. We have worked with the community development director internally and allowed some of those solid prefab on post and pier fences to be constructed at a little cheaper than the masonry wall fences, but still, achieve the same purpose.
I would propose that rid of the fire, but for wood. They degrade over time. Any other questions from the board? You want to go ahead and do?
Corrado DeGasperis, Gold Hill, Nevada. I am the president of Comstock Inc. Comstock Metals is 100% owned subsidiary of Comstock Inc. I'm also the president of Sierra Springs Opportunity Fund, which owns 700 Lake, 800 Lake, 600 Lake, Silver Springs Regional Airport. So there's like a common ownership there. I'd like to say just one thing in terms of, the federal regulations are RCRA, RCRA, that sort of govern universal and hazardous waste. It's probably fair to say that those regulations were not written for any of the recycling activity that's really become monstrous, and such a huge part of what's happening, globally, but certainly here in Nevada with all the battery metal recyclers. A year ago, we actually came and got a permit for storage for lithium ion batteries in Mound House. And it was much more complex. It was much more anxious. We got approval, but we decided not to go that route. Partly because there's so many good recyclers, the Redwoods and American Batteries and Aqua Metals and all these guys are doing recycling of lithium ion batteries. We thought maybe leave it to those guys and we'll address a bigger need, which was also a more immediate need, which is that the solar panels are coming to end of life a decade faster than anybody thought. It was a gap in the market and nobody was paying attention to it. So they're all going to landfills. I think the real problem that Commissioner Keller mentioned, which is leachating into the ecosystem, is toxic. It's real. But I think it's probably decades of deterioration before that's happening, but it's bad. So once it goes to the landfill, it's there. You don't want that. Last year, 100,000 tons of waste solar panels came out of the market and took everybody by surprise. That they're coming out that fast. When I say everybody by surprise, I mean we're down at Copper Mountain with RWE, around Vegas, and they've got 25 million panels installed. And we're now partnering with them for all, end of life solutions, but they're like, so what do you think our replacement rate should be? We're like, we don't know, like you're the one that should be managing these solar fields, So that was just an indication that the industry, even the industry itself was caught off guard in terms of what do we do with this stuff. California made it illegal, put them into landfills, so guess where they're coming? Right, they're coming east to Nevada, so, our notion is to have facility in the north, Silver Springs, facility in the south, and just really right on those arteries coming in from Arizona and California to capture these panels. And 2 weeks ago, we were certified by CIRI, which is the Global Industry Association for Solar, as the only R2 certified 100% zero landfill solution, which means we take these panels and we use 100% of the aluminum back into a recycled material, 100% of the glass back into recycled material. And the other material so far is like a silver rich, much richer than we thought. Silver rich tailings, has little copper, has little lead, has those other materials. Silicon is the most prevalent. And we sell those materials as well for reuse. So we're 100% zero landfill solution. You may or may not care too much about this, but our real trick, the thing that got us to 100% zero landfill that we don't see anybody else able to do, is these laminates and plastics and glues, you know, that cover everything. We are able to thermally and cleanly and efficiently destroy them, thermally oxidize them. There's no emission, there's no negative implication to the environment. Nobody can do that. So the delamination process is what most people struggle with. It contaminates the materials and it makes it difficult to sell. Some of these recyclers aren't really recycling, they're just dismantling things, trying to make use of some materials, and the rest still goes to landfills. And the bad stuff's always the stuff that goes to landfills. So anyway, what I wanted to say though is this RCRA ruling, which you should be aware of if you're not. RCRA wasn't written for us, so it's really called a RCRA light. Most states are interpreting RCRA by issuing an authority called a written determination. So that's the permit, right? You get a written determination from NDEP that says you're allowed to process these universal wastes, which technically are classified as hazardous. There's a big difference between lithium chemistries and solar panel, but still, they're all universal waste. The only caveat, which is, you know, very frustrating, because we would love to store the panels at 600 Lake. It's very frustrating. The only caveat is you cannot store the panels in the same location that you're processing them. So Redwood's going nuts, American Battery's going nuts, everybody's going nuts. They got to have alternative sites, double handling. You couldn't see it in the picture, but right next to 600 Lake, I think is 500 Lake. We own that too. So he said, we'll just do it at 500 Lake. And NDEP's like, no, there needs to be more separation. What was the road right in between the two? It's not a legal county road. We don't really think that's enough. So I'm banging my head against the wall. We went out and bought 600 and 700, I'm sorry, 700 and 800, just so that we could make this business go. Otherwise, the separation is too expensive and too devastating. So last point, Commissioner Hockaday, is NDEP generally regulates the bond requirements. We briefly talked about this at the advisory board meeting last year or last, whenever it was, but we would rather have NDEP regulate the bonding requirements. We certainly don't want to have double dipping on the bonding requirements, but I'll say another thing. And this gets a little technical, but like, so when we get these panels, there's huge value there. I mean, we make money selling the glass, the aluminum, and all the silver rich tailings. I also didn't mention that when our first facility in Silver Springs, we have a facility that's run for 16 months there. It's just smaller. It's been great. Proved everything out. When our first facility is running full, I think we will qualify as the second largest silver producer in Nevada. When we have two facilities, we will be the largest silver producer in Nevada, right? The silver state. So there's a very cool aspect to urban mining, you know, sort of superseding now hard rock mining as a more sustainable, proper way to generate these minerals. Silver is exploding with electrification, like there's no tomorrow, right? We can't get it, people can't get enough of it all of a sudden. Having said all that, to bond the storage of these, just simple storage of these panels would be crucifying. You know, if we had to do it right up front, it would be crucifying. We wouldn't be able to afford to even get the business up and running. Also, there might be some better solution here because, and this is to the question of how many panels do we expect to have, right? So the federal regulations say you can't have more than 12 months. If you have more than 12 months, we believe you're speculating and accumulating waste. No can do. So that's the law. We can't do more than 12 months. We would expect to have maybe 1 month of inventory there, and preferably never put a panel there ever. You know, because why would we want to double handle it when it can go right into the facility and be recycled and sold as clean new material? If let's say the worst case scenario happened, and you know, which I guess is like bankruptcy or something, and we had 1 month of material there, it would be much smarter to take, let's say that's 10 million bucks. It would be much smarter to process that liability. It would be a $10 million liability, right? Let's say to dispose it. It would be, and that would probably be like 4 or 5 months, just to be more accurate. It would be much smarter to just process it in like 30 days and sell it for $8 million than to send it to a landfill and spend 10 million. Like our whole goal is keep these things out of landfills. So the bonding is almost like us, we surrender, here's your $10 million, send it to a landfill. We probably could come up with a smarter solution than that, right? Like just process it and take the $8 million of cash and have no liability. Because really the service that we're providing utility companies and all the solar deployments is an environmental service. They have an environmental problem, we solve it for them. We literally eliminate it. So when we debated this before, we said if there was going to be another level of bonding, it probably would cripple us. Maybe a smart way to do it is phase it in over like a number of time. We wouldn't be opposed to having that bonding, that protection, but it has to be done. If it's just bond everything day one before we would start, we would probably shut down. Like it wouldn't, it's too much money. And the only issue, it's not cleaning the facility, it's not Clean Harbors coming in, and it's just literally paying someone to dump it in a landfill. That's what you're bonding for most intents and purposes, which we would want to avoid at all costs. So, yeah, so we wouldn't want like a condition that says we must bond everything up front, you know, in absolute terms. I know that's the big issue.
I do have a comment on that. Most companies don't go under when they start. So in the beginning, it's probably not a big problem, but over time it could. So over time,
yeah,
I could see it, and I can also see a
we can
company.
build it over time very nicely, you know, but it's still a big number. I mean, it becomes a really offensively, I mean, in our models, it could be $30 million worth of bonding, which again, you could just turn that liability into an asset in a couple months, you know.
Right, but if they shut down the plant to where you couldn't do that,
yeah,
then I could see people, if the plant, or maybe a requirement that if the plant ever shuts down, then nothing comes in
right
at all, because I don't want to. It's still revenue because they pay to, the companies pay for that to go there.
Yeah. So
I don't want that to become a revenue just to try and stay afloat.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. So, there's a number of very intelligent things that we probably could work into this to protect, right? Just to protect, right? Like, it's probably not the right forum to debate them, but like, you know, it just seems like, the easiest thing is if we wanted to mutually determine what the appropriate amount of bonding would be over what period of time, that would probably be the simplest, easiest thing, because then you're bonded and you're protected. But there's ways to avoid all that, but maybe that's too complicated to talk about, you know.
Right, so if you, I'm thinking it through, like if you had over a 2-month supply, then the bonding would kick in to.
So, something like that would, yeah, like if it's over 2 months supply, then maybe like 12 months to put the bonding in place over that, you know, not 12 months, like start putting the bonding in place, but schedule it over a 12-month period or something. It's just a lot of cash.
Understand.
It's dead cash. Like, from my perspective, the model is ridiculously profitable. We get paid to take the panels. And then we get paid to sell the materials again, right? So we could afford to do bonding, right? But the bonding is like, it's just the way that most people would calculate it is every worst case scenario plus a buffer plus double that number, right? So it's like it literally makes the business prohibitive if you don't do it or phase it like over a period of time.
I have no problem with that at all, doing it over time.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't either. I mean, I want it to be economically
Yeah,
feasible
yeah,
because you do great work here in the county.
no,
I want that continue.
I appreciate
We
it.
just want to make sure that we don't get stuck.
Yeah, no,
with 12 months worth.
No, I 100% with you, Commissioner Hockday. Like, I would say that this is a very unusual business model, you know, and it's 99% of it is amazing. But this bonding, because of the way they do it, the way they calculate it, first of all, you're bonding to send it to the landfill, which kills us, right? So we would mutually both never want to let that happen. And I'd rather put protections in place to make sure that never happens, okay? Like limit yourself to 3 months inventory or something like that. So that would be better. If you go above a certain number, then start putting some bonding in place, but then let's have some agreements, like we would notify the county 6 months before there was even a concern, and then. You know, there's just so many ways we could work out, because it's everybody's loss for material to be sitting there when we were done. It would only be like negligence if we let that happen to ourselves, you know, so, yeah, so how would we best, would we work with planning to just maybe calculate and devise some mechanism or formula? Or just wait 2 years and come back and talk about it again? Whatever you guys think makes sense. We're with you 100%, like we'll make sure it works.
Let's see what our community development director, Mr. Henderson, has to offer.
Gavin Henderson, Lyon County Community Development Director. So it sounds like there's a couple different options as far as, you know, we're gonna require a bond. We can do a phased bond approach. We can formulate a decommissioning plan for the project. What that looks like could be subject to board approval. There'd be a couple different options potentially as far as continuing the item and bringing that back to the board at a different date once we've worked with the applicant and staff to figure out what that plan is and have that structured approach to provide the board to make a more appropriate decision.
Well, wait a second, it sounds like it's gonna be where we need this plan is after 2 or 3 months of inventory.
Sure.
So if we made it a stipulation in this to pass this as it is, as long as it doesn't go over 2 or 3 month inventory, then a different plan would come back before the commission or not. So it is a 3-month inventory.
So if you do 100,000 tons, I'm sorry.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So I wouldn't recommend doing that because then it would take an amendment on the conditional use permit. I mean, it has to go through a whole nother process again. So I wouldn't recommend.
How would you recommend that we formulate this?
Yeah, so. Right, I'm sure. Yeah, so.
Sure.
So I think it's all great discussion, so. We want to start putting the fence up and building the roads and getting everything in place. I think if you put a 3-month limit, that would be great, you know, and then it could be, rather than amending the permit, by storing above 3 months worth of inventory would require a bond plan submission that the county approved or something like that. Would that work? Because we're not even gonna use, you know, we're not even ready to store materials for like 3 or 4 months, but if we don't start constructing it, we'll be behind.
I'm okay with that. Is everybody?
Everybody else is.
Do you want to write that up into a motion?
Yeah, we'll work on that.
I got a question.
Yeah, so the 3 months, I mean, it would be relative to our capacity. So the facility, the permit that was submitted to NDEP has three lines in it, but we're only gonna build out the first line. It would be 100,000 tons of annual capacity, right? So that would be 8,000, doing my math right, 8,000 a month, so yeah, 25,000 for 3 months. Yeah, I was almost there. 25,000 for 3 months. So you could put a stipulation, tons? Yeah, you put a stipulation that, you know, to go over 25,000 tons would require a county approved bonding plan, which hopefully would also allow us still to phase in, but you know, we're fine with whatever that is.
Okay, Commissioner Casanelli.
Yeah, just a quick question for staff, really. Probably Mr. Carriola, but on condition 4, it's talking about complying with state, federal, local government regulations for hazardous material storage. And I'm just wondering what, I mean, I don't have Title 15 here right now, but what would those conditions be as far as the county for hazardous material storage. I mean, do we have like a decommission plan required already? In that requirement? Or it'd be more in-depth?
Yeah, so let me respond first and then Louis can comment. So all of the operations at 600 Lake Avenue, which we've been operating for 15 months and we're just expanding now to the bigger building, is fully under NDEP's regulation compliance, both air quality and hazardous material, all compliant today, and includes the bonding and for decommissioning. So all that is part of 600 Lakes activity. It's weird that 800 Lake, right, is we have the federal ID for transfer storage for Universal, which is where the 12-month limit comes into play. I don't think we'll need an additional NDEP permit just for that storage piece, but for us, these panels are inseparable from the processing. It's just this weird quirk in the law that's forcing us to separate them. So then it just becomes, literally moving them to 600 and processing them, or worst case doomsday scenario, having to send them to a landfill. So I don't think there would be any other, the decommissioning plan is very robust and heavy. It's all in the processing activity where things are broken, processed,
So I think the question is, does the county refer to the in-depth?
We do, yeah, Louis Carriola. So speaking to the community development director, just sort of confirm some of the process here when we're talking about local approvals. They will be attaining, of course, building permits from Lyon County. And in order to issue C of Os and to close out building permits and to allow the site to be used, that's when the community development director and the building department will be collecting confirmation of the state approvals. So that language admittingly is a little broad in the condition, meant to sort of be a catch-all, but that would be the internal process. Is confirming those state licensures, the air quality permit, stormwater permits have all been attained.
so it is required.
Who's working on that added language? Do we have someone working on that?
Yeah.
Just so we can.
We might need another minute. We originally were writing that as a surety bond for confirmation by the community development director, but we didn't have a quantified figure. Because as you recognized, a more generalized 3 months worth of stock is not really a number that we understand what that means.
But to me, it's relative to the capacity of the facility. So once we get the NDEP permit, which by the way, we expect in August/September timeframe, then the equipment will be deployed. It's doubtful it'll be up and running before January of 2026. And that's the only reason in my mind that there'd even be a small risk of materials going higher than 2 or 3 months. Once the facility is up and running, it should be very little. So 2 or 3 months as a threshold, 3 is better than 2, would really probably alleviate any substantive issue. And then if it goes over that amount, a period of, adding the bond like 1/12 a month for 12 months to be fully bonded, by the end of the year would not impair our economic feasibility. We'd be able to do that.
So what I'm waiting for is just.
It could be a very big number.
Just a word that we can add to it. And if you need to take a little bit more time, I can come back to this.
Yeah, that's great language right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got the language?
Yeah, Chair Keller, staff would suggest this language, I'll read it into the record. The applicant shall provide a surety bond to the satisfaction of the community development director, the cleanup of the storage area at such time the storage operations exceed a 3-month supply consisting of 25,000 tons of storage. The bond shall be effective for the lifetime of the recycling operation at 600 Lake Avenue and the storage use at 800 Lake Avenue.
And is the applicant good with that? So, did I take public comment on this item yet? Taking public comment now? We have Evelyn Butler. Oh, let me go to Evelyn Butler since I already called her, and then I'll go to you. Go ahead, Evelyn.
Hi there, good afternoon, right on the dot of midday. For the record, my name is Evelyn Butler and I am the Vice President of Technical Services with the Solar Energy Industries Association. We're the National Trade Association. I manage all of our sustainability as well as recycling and circular economy programs for the organization. And I just want to say we are presenting later on PV solar technology, as well as the efforts that are happening at a national level and in multiple states in which we're involved in much of the state level legislative efforts, as well as directly nationally with EPA in their waste regulation of PV modules. And so we have some additional technical information that we'll be providing in our presentation later. And that will also be connected to some of the comments that you've heard today. And so I'm hoping that'll also provide some more clarification. And I ask you to patiently wait for our review of that later. So thank you.
Any more public comment online? Very soon, then we'll go back to the room for public comment.
This is about as confusing a deal as I've ever seen.
For the record.
Jim DeChambeau. It doesn't appear anybody in the county knows what the other one's doing. But as far as I understand, there's gonna be some sort of a bond. Is that bond gonna be a letter of credit like you're gonna allow these solar companies to have, which is, as we all know, is useless as a piece of toilet paper? We found that out with Air Metco, and we're gonna find that out with other ones. And I'm gonna be like Brian Mazzini maybe today. You might not shut me up in 3 minutes. But why should Nevada be California's wasteland? Why do we have to get all their waste? Why shouldn't they keep it? Or why shouldn't we send our waste to California? Even a better idea. But as all these 11.1 million acres of proposed solar projects come into Nevada, how much capacity can this place handle? Are we gonna overload them? I mean, you know, and worst case scenario, if they do fill it up with 12 months supply of solar panels, then what? Then what do we do? You know, we've seen promises from companies before that this is the end of the economic savings of Lyon County, and it hasn't. It hadn't with Nevada Copper. It wasn't with Air Metco. You know, it just seems like, and it seems like today nobody knew what was going on. I saw 3 guys out here talking back and forth in the county, and they didn't appear to know what either one was talking about. So, do you guys? I don't.
Thank you. Any more public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Entertain motion.
I'll take a stab at it. Based on findings A through G and subject to conditions of approval 1 through 18 and 19 added as read into the record by Louis Carriola. That the Board of County Commissioners approve the request for a conditional use permit for the temporary storage of universal waste consisting of end-of-life photovoltaic solar panels at 800 Lake Avenue in Silver Springs in support of the recycling of the panels at 600 Lake Avenue APN 015 142 08 PLZ 2025 011.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, seconded by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, it's 12:05, but before we get out of here, I want to bring the sheriff back up. I think he's ready. Back to item 13A for possible action, approve a contract between Axon Enterprise and Lyon County for 5 years in the amount of $90,663.84 per year for the sheriff's office tasers effective July 1st, 2025. The contract will automatically renew for an additional 5-year term with effective price in place of the renewal date.
Steve Rye, District Attorney. The sheriff, they will get a hold of the Axon rep and they've agreed to remove the automatic renewal. As far as effective pricing, that's the price in effect, like Commissioner Jacobson said, so they don't really know what that is. It's consistent with the life, I guess the useful life of these tasers, generally about 5 years. So the automatic renewal is usually negotiated between the sheriff and Axon anyways. So the sheriff recommends at this point that you approve the agreement and the quote with the removal of that section 2.2, the automatic renewal. And Axon will be agreeable to that change.
Thank you. Now, since we brought this back, go to questions first with the vote. Seeing none, do we have any public comment? Seeing none? Excuse me.
I'll make a motion to approve a contract between Axion Enterprise and Lyon County for 5 years in the amount of $90,663.84 per year for the sheriff's office tasers effective July 1st, 2025. The contract will be based on effective pricing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Casanova. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 12:07 and we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. How long does everybody need for lunch? Be back at 1:15. We're reconvening at 1:15. I'd like to bring back the Board of County Commissioners back to order. We're on 15C for possible action to approve the request from Todd McGinley for a conditional use permit for an aggregate pit on land subject to RR10 rural residential 10-acre minimum zoning located at Dayton Canyon Road, north of Highway 15 Dayton, on approximately 53.66 acre parcel APN 016-15158, PLZ 2025-016.
Mr. Chair, Louis Carrera, Senior Planner, presenting on behalf of my colleague, fellow Senior Planner Lisa Nash, who's unable to be here today. So as read into the record for the introduction, the proposed use is an aggregate pit, conditional use permit for an aggregate pit on an approximately 5-acre portion of a 53.66 acre parcel in Dayton. This image shows a relative location of the parcel and the configuration north of Highway 50 in Dayton, to the southeast of the subject parcel on the south side of Highway 50. That's the Santa Maria Ranch residential development. This image included in the staff report and the applicant's submittal materials depicts some of the general topography of the site, as well as outlining the proposed 5-acre area for the aggregate pit use. The site's already disturbed as that area had been used by the existing property owner for developments on site. The property owner also owns adjacent parcels to the east and west. Again, images provided by the applicant in their submitted materials. As you will have noticed, we did receive some late backup related to access, and I'll be touching on that as we move forward in the presentation. So some of the images that are still in the staff report and that you'll see here in Lisa's PowerPoint are a little dated as far as primary access. So this right image is from the westbound lane of Highway 50. Again, kind of just west and a little bit north of Santa Maria Ranch, sort of at the bottom of the hill, if you know that area of Highway 50. And then looking at the area for the pit with the arrow over the hill, that dirt road that we see is what's included in the staff report. And again, in some of these images, that was considered as a primary access. And again, we'll get to the access discussion in just a moment. Once I'm done with the land use designations. So these parcels, we don't see a lot of properties come forward for conditional use permits or other planning entitlements that are outside our defined community boundaries within the 2020 master plan. So this image is from what's called our general land use north map. It's an area that is between the community of Mound House to the west and Dayton to the east. And this land, the subject parcel, was designated resource. So if you read the description of typical uses and descriptions of land designated resource in the master plan, they do mention these properties being in remote areas of the county, away from developed lands or existing utilities, and roads that are currently vacant or primarily vacant. So while this property does have access directly to a state highway, it is located between two established communities, excuse me, and that availability for public utilities is not present. So the description is apt and the designation of resource is appropriate for the proposed use. The zoning, as we discuss all the time, still carries an old zoning district from our expired development code through our zoning consistency matrix. We have the conversion to the current zoning district of rural residential 10-acre minimum, which applies to the site. When we consult the land use tables, we'll find that aggregate sand and gravel extraction and processing requires a conditional use permit within the RR10 zoning district, and that's what we're discussing today. So this is, along with the access, this is the other, I think, high point for staff's review, discussion, and analysis. As discussed in the staff report somewhat prominently, this site is located within the defined boundaries of the Carson River Mercury Superfund site from the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection. So we're all, I think, somewhat familiar of the mining history here and some of the environmental challenges that areas with that historic use are facing, and that is contamination in soils and, of course, trying to keep it away from waterways of mercury, arsenic, and lead. So the review for this CUP was sent directly through staff communication to the NDP Bureau of Corrective Action. The conditions of approval do recognize that sampling for this site and this use will be actively required and monitored by NDP for the BCA, and that Lyon County will not be allowing the use to move forward until that has been confirmed by the Bureau of Corrective Action. The applicant is here and they can discuss their ongoing work to discuss monitoring and sampling requirements with NDP. So this is the second sort of a big review item and something that has changed since the drafting of the staff report, which is site access. Originally, when this application was brought forward to community development, The details of access, both ingress and egress, hadn't completely been ironed out. The proposed ingress was via that dirt road we saw earlier in the presentation, off Highway 50. While that is, of course, NDOT's jurisdiction, staff was not thrilled with the proposal of an entryway for presumably trucks for aggregate using the highway access and the bottom of a hill. So it was not ideal. I think the applicants knew that as well. And during the county's review process, they were actively working with NDOT to propose other accesses. In this case, there originally were two proposed egress locations. In other words, the proposed ingress would just be right in, and then egress would be farther west and at higher grade, closer to Route 341, heading up to Virginia City. So that's what we see here. Originally, this proposed route was only to be one of the options for an egress. The late backup that you should have all received, and that's printed outside, dated June 2, 2025, from the Nevada Department of Transportation to Heartfelt Engineering. Applicant's representation here from Heartfelt Engineering, Mr. Chris Maltz. They have approved ingress and egress at that farther west location, along with standard or requirements for improvement for that access. So that ingress proposed at the bottom of the hill is no longer part of this proposal. Additionally, the NDOT stipulated letter does state that a sign needs to be posted at that other ingress, that no trucks are allowed. So that does sort of drastically change some of staff's initial concerns with this, with access to the site. I'll read into the record, I think, the most important comment, which is again from the NDOT letter dated June 2, 2025, that the following improvements are accepted based on the traffic study. The proposed access identified as existing access point 1 will be required to be improved to a type 4 approach to accommodate the heavy vehicle traffic required for the development. So the image I've included there shows with a check mark the approved access, and then again the denied location with a red X there. Again, an image provided by the applicant of the area proposed for the aggregate pit operation. It's important to note that the proposed use does not include any rock crushing, so it'd just be extracting the materials and sifting. But of course, dust control will be required. The Nevada Division of Water Resources will be the issuer of approvals for water connection. So as previously mentioned, there's common ownership here, and there is an existing spring and a water line on an adjacent parcel. So that connection will have to be made through approval from the Division of Water Resources in order to provide dust control for the site. The NDP SAD, the Service Area Disturbance Permit, will also require that dust control as part of their mitigation efforts. As you've heard me say a few times today, Chapter 15-230-06 includes the findings of staff review for conditional use permits. And again, we do have summaries here for the presentation. All of the findings from both the applicant and staff are included in the staff report. Notably, the master plan master plan designation of resource, as well as the zoning, do recognize this proposed use as being appropriate. However, with this conditioned use permit, mass grading permits will need to be attained by the applicant from Lyon County in order to move forward, as well as, of course, encroachment permits from NDOT for the egress and ingress that we discussed, and dust control permits. The Bureau of Air Pollution Control from NDP will be issuing that. Let's see, and then we do, of course, need to see confirmation that the sampling efforts have proved this site to be viable for the proposed use from the NDEP Bureau of Corrective Actions. Staff sees this as the most significant hurdle. quite frankly, with all due respects to the applicants, on the surface, when staff is reviewing these kinds of proposals, to be removing material from an area within the Mercury Superfund site, we sort of blushed at the proposal. So while we admittingly do not have all the answers at this point, we don't have the monitoring data, we are relying on the experts and EP Bureau of Corrective Actions to direct the protocol for monitoring and to see what is and is not appropriate for their use. So this use is not approved without that NDEP authorization. The Planning Commission did hear this item at their May 13, 2025 meeting and unanimously voted 7-0 to forward a recommendation of approval. I am available for questions, and as previously mentioned, the applicant and its engineer are both here to answer more specific questions about their intended use.
Are there any questions for? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. They're pulling the dust control water from the pipeline and not the spring.
The language, I'll let them answer that, because quite frankly, I was a little confused by that language too, sir. That's the language that was submitted and Lisa included in the staff report. My understanding would be a water line connection.
Any other questions for Mr. Perriello?
Thanks.
Before we go on to the applicants? We'll go on to the applicants.
All right.
Chris Maltz, Hartfeld Engineering. We filed, so the owner owns, I don't remember, 20 something acre feet from the spring. They own the land, they own the water. We filed temporary applications to include the roadway as part of the place of use. The point of diversion is still the spring. So as far as the state engineer's office is concerned, the spring is the source. The pipeline, the spring feeds into a pipeline, and the pipeline is going to probably fill up storage tanks because the spring leaves at a certain rate. So we got to fill up storage tanks, and then that'll be used to fill up water trucks. So does that answer it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And what's the lifespan that you think of the pit?
I'm being told that it's probably a few years until we'd probably have to come back in for. At full operations, probably a few years, probably 3 to 5 years until we have to.
I'm just curious. Thanks.
Do we have any comments or questions? Go ahead. Commissioner Casanelli.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment that during the presentation on this subject at the Dayton Advisory Board, the two real hiccups were the ingress at the lower end off Highway 50 and the Superfund Creek issue. And it looks like you've addressed both of those items, so appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments? I got a question, especially about the access management on the highway there. So we've been trying to control access management on the highway, and I don't know how it got to where that was even considered at the bottom and where the talks are to now it's up to the top. I understand that 341 we were told that you couldn't access 341. And to me, that makes more sense to be at 341 to come into a controlled access onto the highway instead of creating another opening onto the highway. I would like, if we approve this, then I would expect them to be successful. And I'd like to see a lot of trucks come out of there. But I don't want to see any trucks come out of there at that point. So how did we get to here with NDOT? What was our representation? What went through this?
The applicant submitted, staff did voice concerns both with that initial ingress as well as respectfully, sir, on 341, their initial plan included a proposed egress that wasn't at the intersection. It wasn't a controlled intersection. It's one lane heading there. So I think staff, frankly, was of the opinion that this was, of the three options, was the best one because there's 2 lanes in Highway 50 there. However, our direct communication with NDOT did not follow any special channels. I mean, we typically send these out for review, but we also weren't necessarily comfortable with the proposals. So then it was on the applicant to keep contacting NDOT directly, which is why you see this new letter.
Well, I think that our purpose of land access management on the Highway 50 was to start controlling some of the access points, try to shut off some access points, get it to where the lights are going to be, have frontage roads, that type of thing, and go in that direction. This is like a death of a thousand cuts, because every time a project comes in and allow one more coming on there, I guarantee you on on Highway 50 during rush hour, that's terrible. That's a terrible thing, both evening and morning. So I don't like that access at all. What can you walk me through with the? So how do they do the sampling for the
Bureau of Corrective
Yes.
Action? I don't know that I can walk you through it. I was hoping David Friedman would be on. He was able to, from NDEP's Bureau of Corrective Action. He was able to log in for a planning commission meeting, and then I believe we never asked it.
I'm
not sure if you're going.
Excuse me, I am here if the commission has any questions. This is David Friedman, NDEP.
So can you walk us through what that sampling looks like? Because what I really don't want to see is spreading Superfund site throughout the valley.
Yeah, I very much appreciate that. Neither do we. So I just want to say kind of the start is the baseline. We don't feel that there's a high probability of finding contamination here. And what we've asked of the applicant is really basically confirmation of that condition. So what we have proposed as a way to analyze the contamination in a statistically valid way, we'll be collecting surface soil samples down to a depth of about 18 inches. We feel that they're pretty much in there. We don't expect to find it as the material to be fill at all. But one of the conditions will be that if we do, as we go down, if we do find it's non-native, then we could sample deeper just to confirm. But we'll take a number of samples from 3 different areas called decision units of the proposed disturbance area, have those analyzed for mercury, lead, and arsenic, and then review those results. That should give us a 95% upper confidence level of whatever those concentrations are, or at or below those averages.
Okay, so you're testing where they've already worked out before.
We just received a communication from their consultant, an email from their consultant yesterday. I think maybe we haven't really had a chance to review it. Converse Consultants has been hired as their environmental consultant, the applicant's environmental consultant. But we are working with them. They have been cooperative throughout the whole process.
So there's 3 historical mines that come from a creek bed that feeds into this.
Yeah.
Above it to see what's coming in, or you just testing what's there now? That's what I don't get.
Well, the concern would be that the salable material that they're going to be mining from this aggregate pit will be moved off. And that should not be within the Daney Canyon drainage. It should be up and out of that. But we are aware and, have asked for the development plans for the road and any other kind of structural development that they need to do to start this operation. So if they are disturbing material, we could get additional sampling just to make sure that our main concern would be disturbing something, not using best management practices that liberates it and allows it to wash down into the river ultimately at that point, from that perspective.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
I just have one question for Mr. Friedman. the super fund is specific to the Danny Canyon drainage, right? The creek, it's not the soils necessarily, and the proposed pit, I believe,
That's
is
right.
at a much higher elevation or significantly higher elevation than the flow line
Yeah.
of drainage, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. You know, one of the things, and from my experience of working on the site, which has been over 15 years now, over time, since the historical nature of the Comstock, we do run into situations where people have taken tails from other places with the hope of, you know, reprocessing them. So, you know, we have at times found, you know, kind of randomly placed contaminated material. You know, I don't see visual evidence for that here, but again, what, you know, this investigation that the applicant is agreeing to is really to confirm the null hypothesis, that, if you will, that, you know, that our observations are accurate and correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hendricks?
I'm glad to see that the access at the bottom of the hill isn't going to be utilized, but I too have real concerns with where they're coming on and off that highway. I think it's just going to be more accidents. I would much rather have it tie into 341 and come out that way.
If I might, Mr. Chair.
You might be able to answer another question at the same time.
Sorry.
So, would you also tell me what a type 4 approach is?
I can't.
Because they say it's a type 4 approach. I'd like, so go ahead and answer, and then I'll let the applicant or.
Chris Moltz, Hartfeld Engineering again. So we reached out to NDOT with different possible options for access. And they suggested that this approach, which is pre-existing, it's already paved. But it's to passenger car standards. The type 4 approach will make wider turning radii off the highway, and they have to widen the approach to make it a little bit bigger and easier for trucks to safely get on and off the highway.
So there's no XL lane or decel lane or anything like that?
No, NDOT is not requiring it. And there is a decel, so if trucks were going eastbound, there is a center turn median that they can decel and turn left into the site. So there's that.
Yeah, the suicide lane. You were going to answer a question.
Yes, sir, more of a comment. In light of this updated letter, again, received just June 2nd, condition 8 of the recommended conditions of approval discusses the original comments staff received from NDOT. So I would propose that in any motion made, that it would be acknowledged that condition 8 would have to be updated to reflect the comments and direction from NDOT in the late backup letter.
So, say that one more time.
So condition number 8 includes the initial comments staff received from NDOT. And when we first sent this application out for review, it includes language from NDOT that doesn't seem to be reflective of the actual ingress and egress. So it should be updated. Condition number 8 should be updated to reflect the recommended direction from NDOT in their letter of June 2, 2025.
As we're thinking about, if you have any other questions, we're going to go ahead and go to public comment real quick. Do we have any public comment? Do we have any public comment on? Not seeing any. So opening it back to the board. Is there any other comments? would say I'm not comfortable with the way it stands right now, so I'm not gonna be voting for it, just because of the two concerns that I have right now. But I'll entertain a motion from.
Well, I'll make a motion based on the aforementioned findings and the following 18 conditions. With condition 8 being updated in accordance with NDOT's letter from 2 June 2025. I move that the Board of County Commissioners approves the request from Todd McGinley for a conditional use permit for commercial aggregate pit on the land subject to RR10 rural residential 10-acre minimum zoning generally located along Daney Canyon Road north of US Highway 50 in Dayton on a 5-acre portion of an approximately 53.6 acre parcel APN 016-151-58 PLZ 2025-016.
Second.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hockaday, seconded by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
Nay.
Nay. Do I have to list why I'm against it? Or it didn't pass? Oh, it passed. Okay. Motion passes 3-2. With Commissioner Keller and Commissioner Hendricks say nay. Here brings us to 15D for possible action. To approve an ordinance approving the development agreement between Lyon County and Trapped Capital Management LP for the development of the Silver Springs Technology Park, SSTP, specific plan for the 460-acre development for data centers, high voltage power lines, electrical power substations, a water tank, and other associated utility and access improvements located west of US Highway 95A and north of US Highway 50 in Silver Springs, APNs 01511 02, 04, 05, 06, and a portion of 015, 091, and 08, PLZ 2024-050, and other matters properly relating thereto. Mr. Keller.
Thank you, sir. Louis Carrera, Senior Planner. So this will be the second hearing for this proposed development agreement. Development agreements for Lyon County Code are adopted as in the same process as an ordinance. So I think it's important for the public to recognize the Silver Springs Technology Park, that specific plan, as well as a master plan, zone change, have all been previously approved. The development agreement is a follow-up agreement to ensure some of the standards for development moving forward are stipulated in a legal document. Director Henderson provided the introductory presentation for this item, I believe on May 15, 2025. And this is the second presentation for the adoption of the development agreement. So here on this slide, and I'll back up. I'm just going to kind of run over the project really at a 30,000 foot level because again, the project's been approved. So as read into the record in the introduction, there are 6 subject parcels. However, this slide shows the actual area proposed within those 6 parcels for the Silver Springs Technology Park, a data center project consisting of 460 acres. Here's that timeline we previously discussed on March 6, 2025. The specific plan was approved by the Lyon County Board of Commissioners. April 8, 2025, the Planning Commission recommended approval to the board of this development agreement. And I misspoke earlier. On May 1, 2025, Director Henderson brought forward this proposal for a development agreement. And I believe Commissioner Casanelli made the motion to propose for adoption through the ordinance process, this development agreement. A couple quick slides here run through just typical data center descriptions. On the outside, they'll look very much like warehouses, and on the inside, rows of computer servers and ventilation systems, in simple terms. Some highlights of the development agreement are included here. The entire agreement, of course, has already been reviewed by the district attorney. The applicant's representative is here as well, Mr. Mitch Nelson, who we've been working with from Tract through all of the specific plan, master plan, and zone changes for the Silver Springs Technology Park. I think notable highlights of this development agreement following the specific plan are that the proposed power substations are within our master plan's above ground utility corridor. And that development proposals coming forward for the actual buildings will still be subject to our internal planning review and administrative design review, of course, pending building permits. Water tank is recognized as being accessory to this use. And public roadway improvements to access this rather large development footprint, right? 460 acres. All those public roadway improvements will be made at the applicant's expense. And then we would follow the typical process in the county, wherein after a year, the county roads department would inspect to ensure the construction is to our standards before we would ever accept public roadways who have been improved for maintenance. The development agreement has an effective term of 20 years. That number accommodates the fact that the Greenling project, providing energy to the site, coming in from public land associated with NV Energy's large statewide project, does have some undetermined timelines, but they are rather lengthy. Per our code, and I believe some NRS statutes, the applicant or the representative is obligated to give the county an update every 2 years on the progress of the development proposed through this development agreement. With that, I am available for questions. And again, Mr. Nelson is here to answer more specific questions about the project.
Yeah, I have no problem with the development agreement. My concern is the timing. We just updated our fee structure and that won't go into effect until July. If we approve this, it's for 20 years and they would be subject to the old fees. And I think we ought to wait till the new ones are in effect.
Okay, I did kind of discuss this, especially Commissioner Hendricks, with the DA and the Community Development Director. We ran through the language of the fee language within the development agreement. And there's a statement about any fees that are specific to the project are the ones that are locked in. Any that are related to public health and safety or are applicable county-wide, such as our new building permit fees, our new planning application fees, those would apply as constituted at the time of submittal. So they're not locking in old building permit fees, old building code standards, or planning entitlement fees.
That was my only concern.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Any other questions or comments? Does the applicant want to?
Mitch Nelson, from Tract Capital Management, 3200 Cherry Creek South, Denver, Colorado. Nice to see you again. Thank you for having us. I'll be brief. I think I just want to thank staff one more time for all the coordination to get to this point. And I think this agreement is a good reinforcement of the specific plan that we brought forward to you guys. The two highlights I want to bring up that were mentioned last time. One, this motivates us to put the substations within the already approved corridor. I think that's a big win for this agreement. And two, I'll look forward to seeing you guys every 2 years as the project progresses. So I think that's a good thing for us to be touching base. But I don't have anything else unless there's questions. Thank you guys.
Do we have any questions for the applicant? Other comments? I know when we had comments then private when we discussed this project, and you did talk about agriculture, not agriculture, architectural, the look of the building and everything else. You're still staying with that as far as not getting that look for the Silver Springs area, just so it's a big block building. You're gonna do landscape and that kind of stuff. I just want that on the record.
Absolutely. No change.
Thank you. Up to public comment.
Not knowing anything about this, I'd like to know, one, the previous applicant on his gravel pit, you were very concerned about his access to the highway. is that been addressed on this particular project? And what about water? Where are they getting our water? I think those are two crucial things that need to be, at least I need to know about.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any online? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions? Motion?
I'll make a motion, Chair, that based on the aforementioned findings A through E, I move the Board of County Commissioners adopt by ordinance a development agreement between Lyon County and Tract Capital Management LP for the development of the Silver Springs Technology Park SSTP specific plan for the 460 acres of 6 parcels that total approximately 1,070 acres located west of US Highway 95A and north of US Highway 50 in Silver Springs, APN 015-111-0102-040506, and a portion of 015-091-08, PLZ-2024-050.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Casanel, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Motion passes 5-0. This brings us to 16A for possible action approving agreement with HDR Engineering Incorporated for an amount not to exceed $289,929 for funding application assistance, National Environmental Policy Act services, and 30% design for the Rose Peak Water Main Replacement Project in Dayton.
Chair Keller, Commissioners, David Paquetta for the record. This project, the Rose Peak Water Main Project, is a replacement project of just under 7,000 linear feet of water pipeline in Dayton. And it's one of the projects that we have in the current capital plan and proposed or the approved budget for next year. We did receive the direct appropriation, the community project funding request where the senators pick a project. This is one of the projects. So there's a reimbursement element to this. So as part of that reimbursement element, what we need to do is take our engineer on this project, and then we have to apply through the EPA. So the first step in that is funding application assistance. We've not been through this direct appropriation process before. They have, so they're going to help walk us through that process. The next element is the NEPA process. Anything involving federal dollars has to go through a NEPA review. We can't receive any kind of money from this direct appropriation until we go through this NEPA review process. And then we have to have at least a 30% design to come up with what the cost estimate is. So we went out for a competitive through a engineering services, selected HDR, and this is the first step in that process where they're going to help us get ready to apply for that money.
Any questions or comments? I kind of have a question. How are they doing the NEPA process?
Because the pipeline is already in a disturbed site, it's likely going to be a categorical exclusion, but HDR has a NEPA professional and they'll walk us through whatever needs to be done in that process.
Okay, so it might go to an exclusion.
Yeah,
That's where
you guys are talking all about NEPA this morning.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was concerned about, throwing money out for a NEPA review that might change, and it's just money that's wasted.
because this is in an existing roadway, we believe we'll get a categorical exclusion, but we need the professionals to help guide us through that.
So what agency would that go through? Just through the?
Well, through the EPA, we have to.
No, nothing's going through EPA now.
Well, we have to submit all the paperwork to the EPA for that. So you mean who's the NEPA review process going through?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not sure what agency. They'll guide us through whatever we need to do to supply the information to the EPA.
Thank you. Any public comment? Any online? Bring back to the board for any questions? Or motion?
I got one quick question.
Commissioner Casanelli?
Assuming this preliminary work goes through, what would the timeline be on soliciting bids for the actual water line project?
I mean, my best estimate would be at least 6 to 9 months through this process, but not having gone through this EPA review process, that's going to be the discussion with HDR. So this process that we're going through with HDR is going to take about 6 to 9 months.
6 months just for this part. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve an agreement with HDR Engineering Incorporated for an amount not to exceed $289,929 for funding application assistance, National Environmental Policy Act services, and 30% design for the Rose Peak Water Main Replacement Project in Dayton.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hockaday, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye. 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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Dave. 16B for possible action to approve amendment number 2 to the agreement with Lewis and Associates Incorporated for the Highway 50 Sewer Replacement Project Phase 2 to extend the agreement ending date to December 31st, 2025. Mr. Burketta.
David Paquetta for the record. This is nothing more than the time extension of the sewer replacement project. We bid the project in the spring, only received one bidder, did not accept that bid. So now we need to rebid the project. Best timing from the engineer recommendation was in early fall. So we need to extend their contract. It'll be a no cost extension, just extend their contract till the end of the year so they can help us with the rebid process.
Any questions or comments? Any public comment? Not seen any. Back to the board. Do I have a motion?
Chair Keller, I'll make a motion to approve amendment number 2 to the agreement with Loomis and Associates for the Highway 50 sewer replacement phase 2 to extend the agreement ending date of December 31st, 2025.
Have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. This brings number 17, County Manager. Proposal action. Review and approve resolution number 2505 to initiate the formation of a general improvement district, GID, in Lyon County to transmit electric power called the North Lyon County Power District.
Good afternoon, Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager.
Could I interrupt for this sec? Chair Keller, I want to make a disclosure. My wife is employed by Envy Energy. She has been there for, I think, 37 years. My decision either for or against on this item does not affect my wife's employment, and it does not affect my commitment in a private capacity to the interests of my wife's family as she works within the customer service department. I do not believe this is a conflict, and I'm going to be voting in this matter. I wanted to make this disclosure to be transparent with the board and public.
Thank you for the disclosure.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So before you is the initiating resolution for the North Lyon County Power District. You'll remember that the board directed me to come back with more information and this resolution. I think 3 or 4 meetings ago. And so that's what we've done. We've worked with the developer on some of the language in this, worked with staff, with Comptroller Foley and the District Attorney Rye. The resolution includes as exhibits, the legal description is Exhibit A and the service plan as Exhibit B. Those are requirements under NRS. The developer's here to answer any questions that the board may have. And I can answer any questions if you have on the solution.
Do we have any questions or comments for County Manager? Do you want to make a presentation or answer anything or?
Good afternoon, Dave Brown here on behalf of the developer for the project and just want to thank staff. We've been working hard with staff over the last few weeks and we appreciate their time. They've been very thorough. Thank you. And we're here to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
Oh, no. Quick question.
Commissioner Casanelli?
When we looked at this initially, there were some representatives from NV Energy that were saying that some of the equipment that would be required to build this, that it's like a 2-year timeline to get that equipment, and it would be the same for you guys versus as it would be for them. I mean, can you go into that a little bit?
Sure. Some of that is even farther out than that for timelines for equipment. But we've talked to several different manufacturers of generators that would supply these transmission level electric power to these data centers. That's initially who we're talking to. And from permitting to installation is about 24 months, we think, for the first phase.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay, I'll open up for public comment in the room.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you again today. Ryan Bellows, for the record, I'm the Vice President of Government and External Relations at NV Energy. Just wanted to make a few just quick points, which I think are important for the board to consider in looking at this resolution. So first thing, the resolution says that NNIC has made reasonable efforts to obtain electrical service, but we're unable to obtain that service. And just wanted to point out, and I referenced this at the last meeting, but there were 2 prior attempts with NV Energy. At one point, we were prepared to move forward with providing 300 megawatts to NNIC, and then at another point, 40 megawatts as late as last year. And NNIC chose not to move forward on either of those designs. And so I don't think that is accurate, just for the record. And there are a couple references in the packet to a 2032 date when NV Energy could potentially tie in. But because there is no plan or agreement with NNIC, because they didn't move forward on those, there is no date and there is no plan. So that there would have to be some sort of design to figure out what it is they're seeking, so that there could be a tie-in at that point. Would just like to note that NV Energy, we do have significant plans to bring electrical infrastructure to Lyon County, where there is a customer in place who has a signed agreement. And so we're moving forward on those plans, and certainly open and willing to discuss any opportunities with NNIC if there is a customer that's willing to commit to a long-term energy supply. For us, that's really the most important critical piece. We certainly have frameworks available when there is a customer who's willing to provide upfront costs or even bring upfront costs for their own generation or self-generation. We have a framework for that, and so would love to explore that, and we've certainly put that before NNIC for their review. And just the last point I'd make, in reviewing the service plan, we read for the first time that the plan includes third-party generation. And so that was I think a new development for us, and there just wasn't a lot of detailed information in the service plan for us to have any kind of comfort level with even moving towards a decision as to whether we would be in a position at any point to take over this infrastructure. And so just really premature and not enough information there. So just wanted to just reiterate that the bottom line is we have pathways available. We want to be part of the solution here. If there's a customer who's willing to, provide guarantees and upfront costs, there's an absolute framework. But the GID approach that's being proposed is not one that we can support at this time with the level of information we've been given. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none online. Bring it back to the board. Do we have any comments or questions? Commissioner Gibson?
Yeah, this might be for Mr. Haskins. Adding this GID to the county, what does that look like from a county perspective? As far as our responsibilities, et cetera.
Sure. Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So The GID would be a separate legal entity. I think the proposal would be that this board would serve as the ex officio board for the GID. And so, be on your list of GIDs that you serve on. As far as that, I mean, the county doesn't, like I said, it's a separate legal entity. Now, if the GID were to take on debt, and maybe Mr. Foley is the better person to speak on this, but you know, at some point that could be an issue if the GID were to ever go defunct, but that is not the proposal in the service plan. We're not proposing to take on any debt as a part of that.
And then I'm just curious if I may, Chair, would it behoove us to have a sit down with NV Energy and I want to get the name spot on here. And these folks bringing the GID to Lyon County, would it behoove us to sit down and meet the three parties together, or would you find no value in that?
So that's certainly a board discussion. We have actually met staff with NNIC and NV Energy to talk about this. It took place about a month ago. And you know, discussed the framework that Mr. Bellows had talked about and discussed the NNIC's concerns. And I know there's been emails going back and forth on that. I think NNIC is still waiting on some information from the manufacturer. It's my understanding, and these guys might be able to speak to that a little bit better. But it would be up to the board if you want to have that discussion. Like, are you asking if it would be beneficial to have it at a board meeting, or?
No, I just want, it sounds like I was led to believe that there was conversation and or more conversation and more planning that had taken place at the last meeting that has maybe not happened. And I'm just asking for clarification if you feel they've had enough opportunity to discuss and address concerns and possible issues.
I'll let the developer speak to this item specifically.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dave Brown again. Yeah, we appreciate that question. And we did have a meeting right here, and Commissioner Hockaday attended that meeting between NB Energy and ourselves, and we talked about getting a framework from NB Energy as a proposal. They did submit that framework to us. We did review it. We did provide meaningful comment back with a counteroffer framework, and still haven't heard back. And that was, I'll let Mr. Sweeten speak to that. And if you have any questions on the particulars that we sent back, the reason we're asking for this GID to be put forth now is because we now have, since it's been on this agenda, significant interest in the park, which wasn't there before. I know they say if there's a customer in place and an agreement signed, then they'll provide power. It's the chicken or the egg there. We need to have a framework in place or power committed for us to actually entice customers to come. So it becomes a catch-22. We did have a customer in escrow, and I spoke to this before, about 24 months ago. And from them to us, from the customer to us, not saying this is from NB Energy to us, they told us that they were told the date of 2032 for transmission level power to be brought to them. They canceled escrow and went elsewhere. And so that was when we started this GID process to move forward so that we can have certainty. Just know that this vehicle is only the shell of the vehicle. It's still going to be up to this board and the ex officio, or as the ex officio board, or whoever you appoint as the advisory board, to make the decision on what actually can go into that GID when we pull the trigger, if we need to work with NB Energy on the transmission, if we're able to do this by other means. So you still have complete control over this board, whether you make this decision today to move forward. And then if you want me to address any other questions that NB Energy brought up, I can at this time, or I can have Mr. Sweeten address them. It's up to you, if that answered your question.
I think it answered mine. I don't know if we can call NV Energy back up to respond to that, so we have a clear picture or not.
First of all, did you have something to say, Mr. Sweden?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bob Sweeten for the record, legal counsel for Northern Nevada Industrial Complex. I don't have any additional comment at this time unless there's questions from the commission. I think Mr. Brown summed it up very well. If, you know, certainly if there's an opportunity given for NV Energy to come up and speak, we're happy to respond at that point.
If you'd like NV Energy to come back up, we can invite him back up. Hopefully we're getting into a he said, she said thing back and forth, you know, it doesn't help anything.
Just really quickly for the record, Ryan Bellows, I think as far as I understand, we presented the framework to him and the response back was that it wasn't workable. I think because there wasn't a customer yet. I think he described the chicken and the egg, so I'm not sure there was a constructive counter offer, but if there was, I may have misspoke, but.
And I just want to make sure we get it right, so.
Yeah, and for the record, Bob Sweeten, Commissioner Jacobson couldn't agree more. I mean, that's the intent here is to ensure this is correct. Just to level set, what the commission is approving today is merely a resolution that approves the concept of forming the GID. It doesn't form the GID itself. That will be in subsequent meetings. We'll be back before you on. What I would note on my good friend, we are good friends actually, Mr. Bellows. We really are, sincerely. To Mr. Bellows' comment, I would not characterize our response that way. I would characterize our response as substantive, as in conformity with other similar responses that developers in the region have provided to NV Energy recently, and we've not heard back. And we're waiting for that. And we're, you know, we want to be very clear. Mr. Brown, Mr. Henderson, the proponents, the developers within NNIC, they work with NV Energy collaboratively all over this state, and they have for over a decade. That has always been our goal here. This has never, we truly believe, and I would submit to this commission, that this is really an opportunity to solve one of, I think, the most interesting economic development opportunities Nevada's ever seen. But to do it in a collaborative, cooperative way with the company. That's what we're looking to do. And we are enthusiastically awaiting a response and a follow-up meeting with them. And unless there's questions, I'll submit on that. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board or comments? Commissioner Casanelli?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not one to stand in the way of development. I mean, when it comes to this project, the sooner the better. I just, you know, I don't want to, the fewer GIDs we have to manage, the better, in my opinion. And I just, if the timeline for NV Energy is close to or similar or the same or within, you know, 18 months of the two, I mean, my preference would be just to go, you know, with NV Energy's, but are you saying if we form a GID and the GID has the ability to then decide if we just are going to go with NV Energy or not construct it? I mean, it's, yeah.
Again, Dave Brown, for the record, but it's completely up to you. This GID can be unwound if miraculously, for some reason, the timeline escalates up to where, or accelerates to where it's sooner with NV Energy, and we can do it faster. Greenlink comes through and they find some excess capacity on it for NNIC, then no harm, no foul. You created a GID, we unwind it and go away, and that's presented in the service plan. If we do get up and running and the transmission is there and we're providing a customer, NV Energy can decide whether to take that transmission on and serve it as their own customer, or it can be behind the meter and the customer retains the generation. It's entirely flexible and up to this board. All it does is allow us to move forward with the customers now that we have in the queue that have seen what you've done so far with the two meetings, and they want to move forward.
Commissioner Hendricks?
So basically, we would just be approving a resolution. If you and NV Energy work something out tomorrow, it's no big deal.
Correct. And like Mr. Sweeten said, they're our service provider at 3 other industrial parks. Like, we need to work with NV Energy all over the state. We fully intend to work with them here too. We fully intend this to be a fully grid connected system in the future, and it may be 2030, it may be 2032, but we fully intend to be an NV Energy service customer.
Thank you.
One thing that I do, so this fund's a GID that we're responsible for. So whatever happens, we're in control over it. So we're not giving up the responsibility to anybody else except us. We've been waiting in Lyon County for development for a long time. And if we keep waiting and waiting, nothing's going to happen. We have to be the drivers of stuff. And to me, this is where we take control of our own county and say, hey, bring the development here. So I'm very supportive of it.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager, just for the record, to provide some clarification on the process and how this works from here. So assuming the board approves the resolution today, it's still a 2-step, well, there's 2 more steps in the process to actually create the GID. There'll be an initiating ordinance that we would bring forward, and then there's a creation ordinance that comes later. So you know, it's still it's a lengthy process to create a GID. So I wanted to provide that information. So yeah,
just the first step. Any other questions or comments? What? I did read it in. I'll go ahead and approve the resolution in. A resolution in initiate the formation of a general improvement district in Lyon County to transmit electrical power called the North Lyon County Power District. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Lyon County is authorized and empowered by NRS 318050 and 318055 to initiate by way of resolution the formation of a district having the purposes, powers, rights, privileges, and immunities provided under NRS Chapter 318, which district will serve a public use and will promote the health, safety, prosperity, security, and general welfare of the inhabitants of Lyon County and the state of Nevada. Whereas Northern Nevada Industrial Center is approximately 20,000 acres, privately owned industrial development in Lyon County. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners in Lyon County, Nevada deems it appropriate and necessary to bring such a resolution in furtherance of public use and general welfare of the inhabitants of Lyon County for the area known as NNIC, generally described in Exhibit A of this resolution and incorporated herein by reference to seek the formation of electric light power district known as the North Lyon County Power District. Whereas NNIC has made reasonable efforts to obtain electrical service necessary for development of NNIC and those customers, property owners, and future property owners of NNIC, but has been unable to obtain reasonable or commercially feasible near-term alternative electric service options, which risk delays, deferment, or abandonment of the NNIC's development. Whereas the public convenience and necessity requires the creation of the North Lyon County Power District because properties within the Northern Nevada Industrial Center are not presently served by electric utility service, nor with reasonable foreseeable effort with those areas receive adequate service significant to allow the intended development of properties contained therein within a reasonable period of time. Whereas the creation of North Lyon County Power District will allow for the timely development of critical infrastructure and job creation serving the broader public interest of north of Lyon County and the state of Nevada. Whereas the adoption of this resolution, Lyon County will initiate the adoption of the power district's initiating ordinance pursuant to NRS 318.0552. And whereas the service plan for the North Lyon County Power District has been attached as an appendix to this resolution, Exhibit B, and incorporate herein by reference as required by NRS 308.030. Now therefore be it resolved by the Lyon County Board of Commissioners to initiate the formation of the North Lyon County District pursuant to the requirements of NRS chapters 308 and 318, and that this resolution is adopted pursuant to NRS 318.050, 318.055 as a resolution initiating the formation of North Lyon County Power District, Power General Improvement District, passed, adopted, and approved on this 15th of June, 2025 by the following votes. Do we have a motion? No. Question or motion?
I have just a comment. So the fourth whereas there. Whereas NNIC has made reasonable efforts to obtain electrical service necessary for development of NNIC. And those customers, property owners, and future property owners of NNIC, but has been unable to obtain reasonable or commercially feasible near-term alternative electrical service options, which risk delay, deferment, or abandonment of NNIC's development. I'm just curious where we got that language and what proof we have of that.
Yeah. Bob Sweeten for the record, Commissioner, good question. The proof behind that are merely the statements and the representations that have been made over time to the county. The past meeting, when we had our last meeting with NV Energy here in the chambers with executive staff, you know, it was, at least we interpreted that as they kind of saw our intent, NNIC's intent to work with NV Energy. I would also circle back to another comment that was made earlier that, you know, this 2032 number, that wasn't a number pulled out of whole cloth. That was a number, you know, that was, you know, specifically discussed before this commission previously. That's a number taken from NV Energy's recent regulatory filings and recent testimony and regulatory proceedings. 2032 is currently what is being communicated to development customers when they can expect to put customers in service. The basis for the statement here in the fourth paragraph is that if NNIC is able to energize and bring clients online, end use customers online in 18 to 24 months, that and NV Energy is not able to match that standard, and if they are, wonderful. We've discussed that. If they're not, we would submit that the words would speak for themselves. That would be the situation that you know, putting customers in service in 18 to 24 months is much more reasonable and practical and beneficial, frankly, to the county and the state than waiting roughly 7 years.
Again, Dave Brown, just to add to that. So we did, as Mr. Bellows, correct? Stated earlier, we did make application for 300 megawatts through a discovery process, paid the fees, did that discovery process. That was several years ago and lots of staff ago. Brought that up again to NV Energy, say, hey, can we move forward on this discovery process? It did expire. We would have to go through another one, and that's when it was discussed that, hey, it's all tied up for now. There's no reason to go through it until we get green link there, which is 2032. That was discussion with staff, economic development staff. Then the second 40 megawatts was discussed also by Mr. Bellows was through a project information sheet that we submitted to a customer about 4 years ago for Dermody Properties. That was for an industrial tilt-up building that they needed it for. And the rates went up, the cap rates went up. They decided to press pause. NV Energy met us in a meeting, said we're going to pull that 40 megawatts back, and they gave it to another customer. So there is no more capacity there for us, but we did make a reasonable effort.
This question might be for Mr. Rye. You can't hide behind Mr. Foley. He's pretty skinny.
Ryan.
I struggle with this because I don't know if I've been given any proof of this, and I don't want us to get in the habit of putting hearsay on whereases when it comes to resolutions. If you're comfortable with that fourth paragraph in there, I guess I can live with it, but it seemed like I believe Chair Keller said earlier, we're not getting into hearsay. And I don't know.
Yes, Steve Rye, District Attorney. Definitely that paragraph is subject to interpretation. You've heard from NV Energy and from the applicant. NNIC with a little different version. The legal perception of that would be that it's a reasonable efforts. It's not sufficient efforts necessarily. It's not saying that they've done everything they can. It's just indicating that they've made in the board's determination reasonable efforts to move forward at this stage with the resolution, not necessarily reasonable to form the GID or to initiate that. As Mr. Haskins said, that's separate hearing, separate process in which they'll come forward with additional information and support for those items.
Well, Mr. Rye, I guess. And maybe I missed it, but have we been privy to those emails and those offers or?
I don't know. I'd have to defer probably to the county manager on that. I know that we, when we had the meeting here at the county office with the representatives, there was discussion and NV Energy confirmed those discussions regarding the prior applications. There was discussion about some of the issues that are happening around the state of Nevada, around the United States with energy issues. So I don't know as far as emails and documents. I believe some of that has been exchanged. I think there's some representations and information contained in the service plan related to that, but I'd defer a little bit to Mr. Haskin on the details.
I don't know. This actually sounds like I don't know how to say it other than bad mouthing somebody. And I don't want to get in the habit of that, so.
To answer your original question. So I was copied and I think our team was copied on an email chain after that initial meeting back and forth with NV Energy on that framework. But other than that, I have not seen any other emails regarding the 300 megawatts or the 40 megawatts, just to answer your question. Oops. Chair Bob Sweeten for the record. Commissioner, if it would help, Commissioner Jacobson through chair to you. I've spoken with Mr. Brown. We're willing to edit that particular paragraph to just state. So it would say NNIC is, so has would be deleted all the way through the third line, but has been, and it would pick up at unable. NNIC is unable to obtain reasonably or commercially feasible near-term alternative electric service options, which risk delay, deferment, or abandonment of NNIC's development. I submit the records robust here enough, and given Mr. Haskins' statements that statement would be accurate, but happy to take any further questions on that. We certainly don't want
A lot friendlier language, for sure. Because I personally, I have not seen any correspondence to back up those efforts. So I will not be voting for this unless we change some of that language.
I'm okay with that language. They said they're willing to change it.
Yeah, if we remove that first line out, does that get us there? Of that fourth paragraph? That we've made reasonable efforts to obtain electric service for the development of NNIC and those customers, property owners, future property owners of NNIC. So we'd remove that component. It would just say that NNIC is unable to obtain reasonably or commercially feasible, and then through the end, the language would remain the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
To approve resolution number 25-05 with changes to paragraph 4, or whereas 4, to initiate the formation of a general improvement district in Lyon County to transmit electric power called the North Lyon County Power District.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hockaday, second by Commissioner Hendricks. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners. We'll see if we can make it.
So I know we're almost done, but I have to take a 5-minute break. Be right back.
$36.
All right. All right, we'll bring back to order the Lyon County Board of Commissioners. Brings us to 17B for possible action, review and approve changes to Lyon County Administrative Policy 1-3 general responsibilities. Changes include revisions to the advisory board appointment process, library board of trustee appointment process, and appointment and disciplinary process for the county manager and appointed department heads. County Manager Haskin.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. I apologize, I forgot to put in the description on the agenda. It was requested by Commissioner Hendricks. Normally we put that in there. It's not required, but I did forget to add that. I had talked to Commissioner Hendricks about this quite a while ago. And she had expressed some concerns about the way the policy is written for advisory boards and for the library board. It took a bit for me to get this back, and of course, she officially requested it again, I believe at the last meeting. And so I went through it and got it put together. As I was reviewing this, though, I noticed there was another change that needed to be made to match actual practice. And so I'll kind of run through this a little bit. That has to do with the appointment process for appointed department heads. The way the policy was, there was a process for me to bring that appointment to the Board of County Commissioners prior to actually making the hire. In practice, I don't believe that is how we've ever operated, with the exception of the ones that are the one that is required under NRS to bring forward, and that's the comptroller. I know when I was hired as a department head, I didn't have to interview before the county commission. If that change gets approved today, I will have to bring forward an ordinance to change Title I as well. It doesn't go into as much detail, but it just says with approval of the county commission in there, and I'm sure that's what this language is based off of. But I would be making that change. I think there's some challenges with that type of process. One, all of a sudden that becomes a very public process. If somebody is applied to be a department head, but they haven't notified their employer, that could be an awkward situation. It might deter people from applying for that position. But two, on the disciplinary side, the board is actually the appellate body on it. So if I'm having to bring it before the board, before the disciplinary action, then it kind of defeats that purpose. And so this change more aligns with what is in the current Lyon County employee policy. And so I'm happy to answer any questions on that portion of it. The other changes that I made in here were mostly just, there were some grammar things. I updated the list of standing committees, and then of course the changes that Commissioner Hendricks requested, dealing with the advisory boards. Again, this is something that wasn't done in practice, but is in policy, and that the regular citizen advisory boards, technically under this policy, we're supposed to make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners prior to the Board of County Commissioners making an appointment to those boards. Same with the library board. The library board has been doing that process, but it has been requested to change. So I'm happy to answer any questions on any of these changes. I can provide more information if you'd like.
Do you have any questions? Comments? Mr. Jacobson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Does getting recommendations from the board hurt our board at all, or does it it doesn't change how appointments are made, right? I mean, we still decide whether they put forward a name or not.
So, Andrew Haskin for the record, so the decision does lie with the Board of County Commissioners. That's a policy question that you will have to answer, you know, as to whether or not that's beneficial to the board or not.
I just don't want the perception out there that we don't solicit comments, feedback from the public by any means, and public could be board members. So that's my only fear is the perception that we want less input on people we select. Yeah. You done? I want to make a comment. Like all our advisory boards, we don't let them pick their own board. Therefore, they don't build a club. They don't build we want diversity within it, and that enables this board to pick different people that we think what the public might not think is a good fit, we might think is a good fit because that's what we're looking for. They advise us. That's their duty is to advise us. So I think it should come from this board, the decision. They can always come in an open meeting and just like every advisory board, every other advisory board we have, come here and talk to us and go from there. Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, one of my other concerns is in the past, we've had a hard time keeping enough people on different boards. And if we have to send the applications back to, say, a board of 5 that only has 2, they can't even vote on it. So it slows down the whole process and makes it hard to keep these functioning boards. And that's a concern to me.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I feel it's important to have that input from those boards, particularly the library boards on, you know, some of those boards that I may not attend. I feel it's helpful that those folks are submitting their recommendations to us. You know, I'm regularly at the Mound House cab, I'm regularly at the Dayton cab, but I'm not at the, you know, Smith Valley cab or whatever. So I think it's very helpful for me to get that recommendation from those boards on the input of who they want to appoint.
I need some clarification from Commissioner Hendricks. So it goes back to a board of 2. Well, they can't even meet, they probably don't even have a quorum. So how would they get it back if they don't have a quorum?
That's exactly my point. Then we would have to, could skip the step of it going to them for some recommendation. It can just come to us and we can give them a board.
Has this said it has to go to the board or it's written, the way it's written now, my understanding is boards can, but we never required them to. So I guess I'm lost on that a little bit. You know, what my statement was, and what I'm trying to make clear is when you have a board, pick their own board, you end up with all like-minded people because they're going to support people that only think like them. So therefore you end up with a board without any diversity or anything else. And the library board to me should have different opinions on that board. And it shouldn't be just one group saying this is the way it's going to be. I think you have different people and then they work as a board to figure out what's best for Lyon County. So that's why I think it should be, they shouldn't pick their own board. And that's what basically what a recommendation does, because we saw it come here to where the person that they recommended, we went against and they didn't like it. And so all of a sudden we're the bad guys because we wanted to not choose what they wanted for their board. Well, we signed up for it. We can be the bad guys. Right. I don't think everyone's going to leave here today happy. And that's the way it is. But if it sounds like we don't want anyone leaving here mad, so I don't know. I don't think getting feedback from our boards that we trust with making recommendations, we're gonna tell them that we don't trust their recommendation when it comes to people that are active or whatever. We could take the recommendation or we can leave it. And at the end of the day, if they're mad at us for not going with who they put forward, well, they either get over it or they don't. But I'm definitely not worried about hurting someone's feelings to the point where, you know what, we no longer want to solicit your recommendation, even though you may know who has been very active and who's done a lot of stuff for the board or for the Silver Stage Cab or library board or whatever. I feel like we're overstepping here a little bit by telling them we don't want their input on who might be a valuable member to their board.
I didn't say that they would not value their input. I'm saying that not have that procedure where they pick who they decide to move forward. In other words, they can come up and be in front of us and during our commission meeting, they can recommend each one individually, take it away from being the board. None of our advisory boards are done that way.
But they could. They just choose not to.
No, it comes to us.
I thought you just said it.
So to provide clarification, the way the policy is written now, the advisory boards are supposed to make recommendations too. The regular citizen.
We've just
advisory
never
boards
done
do.
it that way.
That is,
So they choose not to.
well, but it says will.
Yeah.
Each advisory board will make a recommendation to the board of county.
That's never happened as long as I've been on the advisory board.
I do want to make sure that language is clear. It's.
That could be changed. It can.
It shouldn't.
Or may.
Yeah.
Well, I can live a little bit.
I was just gonna say, thank you, Chairman Keller. You know, what people have to understand is that we don't just throw a dart at a name. You know, we do our research, we look at who is applying, we read their applications. So, you know, we do have an idea of what the people are thinking to some degree. I have no problem with them making a recommendation, but they have to understand that that's not in concrete. That's the bottom line. We're going to do our due diligence and figure out who we think would be a good match for that board. And so this last time, I think I got emails saying I was a Nazi book burner. Okay. I don't need that. I'm not a Nazi book burner. Okay. I look at the people, I make an evaluation and I go with that evaluation. So if we want to leave this in, I have no problem with leaving this. They may get a recommendation from any board, but don't get mad if we don't take your recommendation. Don't start coming at us for our diligence on checking these people out.
Well, if we're gonna go down that route at all, then I'd rather see it as may and all the applications go through the county manager's office, not through a board. If that's.
And I'd like to see it, if we're gonna do that, do it with all the boards, so that they're all done the same.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yep.
Is everybody okay with that or that direction?
On me, I don't mind anyone's input, any board's input. I mean, we take board's input on. They can give us advice on any of these subject lines. Do we follow them? I just don't want to start, we're going to pick and choose which ones we're going to listen to the boards on. I think that's getting a little bit
I felt like
overbearing.
that's what we were doing, even though in our policy it said we were gonna do, we should be doing something different. So I just want it to all be the same for all the boards.
And I think I'd say may suggest that they're not the overriding thing. It says that they can, and if they want to take the effort to do so, they can do that effort. But that's just, they can make a recommendation, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the outcome.
Right. I just don't want to punish the only board that has been following it the way I guess it's been written And we're gonna punish them for following our guidelines. So we're gonna punish the ones that for following it. That makes no sense to me.
That's what you get for following rules.
Yeah.
So, before we get off this, I'm gonna open it up to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Yes. I'm Suzanne Cowdy from Fernley. I'm signed in. Good afternoon to you all. I am here today because of my deep respect for the public library system. I specifically want to speak about the appointment of library trustees. NRS 379.022 already allows you, the county commissioners, to have the final say in appointing vetted trustees who are carefully selected by the library board. Why do small boards, not county commissions, first vet and recommend trustees to an open position? Because when small independent boards like the library board go through their normal nomination process, candidates are vetted with care. Candidates get more time than 2 minutes to lay out their qualifications. Each candidate is asked a uniform set of questions like, do you have a library card? Do you use the library before a selection is made? Small nonpartisan boards like the library board pick trustees who reflect the values and the needs of the broader community. Small boards pick experience and expertise in a candidate. Decisions are not based on religious affiliation or political ties. Your role in controlling final appointments is an important role. As the trustees, you confirm, with the help of the library board's vetting and more in-depth review, help determine the professionalism and credibility of our public libraries, as well as affect community trust in them and in you. Taking that process away, putting decisions directly in the hands of elected officials, opens the door to politicizing something that up to now has been nonpartisan. And that's something I think a lot of residents don't want to see happen. NRS 379 is also clear in its intent. Library trustees must be capable of serving the whole public to, quote, meet the informational needs of all citizens, not just one group, one church, or one ideology. Bypassing a dedicated independent board would weaken a proven nonpartisan democratic process. Please trust the library board to do its job and keep the current process in place. You still have the final word on candidate approvals, and you can more easily keep politics and church partisanship out of our libraries.
One public comment.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Nora Stevens, and I am currently serving Lyon County as a library trustee. I'm asking you to amend item 17B to remove the portion that takes action to change the county library policy process of appointing library trustees. The library board is not an advisory board. It holds a unique responsibility. It oversees all our county libraries which serve the diverse communities in our county. We govern by a set of bylaws and exist by virtue of NRS 379, and our duties are administrative. We recruit and employ a qualified library director and maintain an ongoing performance appraisal according to the Lyon County HR protocol. We set policy. We identify and adopt written policies for the library. We rely on our professional staff in the creation of these policies, and they are put in place and adopted by 2 readings at public meetings. Planning. We ensure that the library has a strategic plan with implementation and evaluation component per the NRS 379. Fiscal. We seek adequate funds to carry out library operations. Advocacy. We promote the mission of the library within the community. Meetings. We participate in all board meetings. Networking. We join appropriate associations for resources for policies, operations, and advocacy of libraries. Therefore, when Lyon County adopted in their policies the practice of seeking the library trustee board's recommendation for a trustee appointment, it was a very wise decision. The library board of trustees must have the trust of the library staff and that the library's interest and welfare in mind. For the purposes of evaluating future trustee candidates to recommend to the commissioners, the trustee board developed a set of questions to ask each candidate, and all candidates are asked the same questions, and the trustee board then votes on a candidate to forward as a recommendation to the county commissioners for their appointment per NRS 379. I will submit those questions for the record, and I submit to you that I kindly request that you amend item 17B to remove the portion that takes the action to change the county library's policy of appointing library trustees and leave in place the policy seeking the recommendation from the sitting library board of trustees. Thank you.
Leslie Sine from Wellington. I do agree with the previous two speakers on their points and also with the written public comment. Just a couple of different things is I do think you need to separate the planning and CAB from trustees. Planning and CAB are advisory. Library trustees, as Ms. Stevens just pointed out, hires, fires, evaluates, has a much more of a employer-employee relationship. I think they are two different animals, and having come to these meetings for so long and seeing the challenges with CAB specifically, I agree. It's just an advisory. You guys can appoint. You don't need that extra step, but they still can come here and give comment if they want. I actually would propose expanding it a little bit in a sense of keeping the process for the library trustees the way it is, and then asking one of them to come here and give a short presentation to the board, let them know what that last process entailed, what questions were asked, and why they came to their recommendation. They understand that you make the final decision, but because the board, the trustee board is so important, I really would like to see you seek more input from them in a more formal way by having them come make a presentation on why they are making their recommendations. And I agree, the last round became pretty contentious, but it was only one time. So please don't change a process that historically has been working fine due to a one-off. I liken it to when I was working and we had an employee who couldn't answer the phone very nicely. And so the boss, instead of addressing that employee, implemented a policy on how we would answer the phone, down to exactly how we would say how we were going to answer it. It led to more problems because of the sarcasm of everybody answering the phone with a set script instead of just addressing the one employee. So this happened once. Keep the process the same, clean up the language the Mr. Haskins suggested on his role and the cabs and planning, and let's just move forward. Everybody understands you make the final decision. Nobody's asking you not to. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Anyone have comment in the room?
Jim Campbell. I spent 11 years on the fair board, which was an appointed position. And, you know, we did contracts, we did, you know what the fair board does. I think all boards should be appointed by the commissioners. When I was on the fair board and when I wanted to get on the fair board, I just sent in a letter to the commissioners stating I wish to be on the fair board, what my qualifications were, and I was selected. You know, letting the board choose their own board members is sort of like letting a mouse guard the cheese. And I think you people should be the ones to appoint any board in this county. Thank you.
Still on a public comment.
I'm a public commenter these days. This is Elisa Fogel. I'm no longer a deputy district attorney. I am now a private citizen. I still am a lawyer and I still am a resident of Lyon County. And I'm here today primarily to talk about what you've heard most about today, and that's the board's proposed decision to eliminate the library board from vetting and nominating people to fill open positions on that board. It's curious to me that the library board has been singled out today, and I finally realized why, and that's because most of the other boards that are under consideration today are advisory boards. As was explained to you, the library board functions very differently. It has its own hiring and firing responsibilities. It has its own financial function, and there isn't any reason that you shouldn't take away the responsibility of the library board to vet people who are really interested, which seems to me what you would really want. The library board gets a lot of applications to fulfill positions on that board when the positions are open. So it seems to me that's what we really want, since we're always grumbling at the county level about how difficult it is to fill these boards. So why eliminate that? Why not just continue with the process the way it is? Nonpartisan boards like the library board pick trustees who are qualified and interested. They're asked they're vetted quite heavily. They're asked a series of questions designed to learn how much they know about the library system, how much they know about the staff, all of that. But the questions that I have today, the real problems that I have with today are, why is it necessary to take away this small but vital function of the library board now? Why is that happening now? I think that it's, and you criticize me if you think I'm wrong, you're obviously welcome to do that. But I think it's because we now have 2 vacant seats coming up. And I think that it could be construed that the 2 vacant seats that are coming up, those are conceivably should be filled by people who support the current chairman's position in unsuccessful efforts at book banning. And frankly, that also seems to me that it's the possibility that they might want to limit participation by political opponents. That's kind of not okay. As Ms. Prouty stated, taking the current process away, putting decisions directly in the hands of elected officials opens the door to politicizing a process that has been up to date, nonpartisan. I just want to read a statute out of the library codes, and that's NRS 379.002. The goal of public libraries. It is the goal of the state's publicly supported libraries and information centers to provide the resources and trained staff to meet the informational needs of all citizens, not just one group, not one church, or not one ideology. If you carried it to its logic, may I finish? Just a couple more sentences.
Hurry.
I will. If you carried it to its logical conclusion, this decision is essentially anti-democratic. It's moving toward consolidating power, which although it may not be, although small, it's toward authoritarianism. Bypassing this dedicated independent board would weaken a proven nonpartisan democratic process. Thank you. Oh, I better sign in.
Jeff Page, I'm a citizen here in Yerington, Nevada. Mr. Chair, members of the board, the policy that's before you today, the unrevised policy was created because if Commissioner Keller will remember this, we had a number of town boards that weren't town boards, they were advisory boards, but they called themselves town boards. They were trying to follow the applications of NRS 269 deal with unincorporated towns. And they would have their own elections to elect their own board members. The then district attorney came to see me when I was the county manager and said, we got to fix this. It was an ugly era. The board provided direction, treat all the boards the same. That's why it says you will. And for a few years they did. And then they got tired of doing it and they quit doing it. Other than the board of trustees for the library and the fair board, everybody else, all the rest of the advisory boards stopped sending in their recommendations. That's why you are where you are today. From my perspective, I don't disagree with Commissioner Jacobson. I think anytime you get people to participate and give their suggestions, that's fine. I think the verbiage of may instead of will is probably better off because you're not going to get input from one advisory board or
the library board of trustees changes in 5 years and they decide they don't want to do that anymore. There's a variety of things. And the last thing I have to don't have to remind the board, but remind the public, it is your backsides on the line for whoever you appoint, whatever actions they take in the future. Citizens advisory boards have been a part of litigation. I won't go back to the cases, but we've had cases where planning issues, revocation of special use permits, in which advisory board members were brought in that litigation because of things they were saying, right? And so it is incumbent upon the board to ensure that they're managing their risk and following what makes good sense in appointing both advisory board members, board of trustees, and the fair board. You have a legal obligation under each of the statutes that you are the ones that are responsible for appointing. I think that May doesn't change what the process for the library can do. They can still send in the recommendations, come to the board and present their case. The board still can make their determination what they want to do. But if it's will, you're not going to get that feedback from some of your advisory boards. That's it. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? I'm going to close that and go to online. Eric Overman.
Thank you, Chairman Keller. My comment is on the proposed changes to the county administrative policy, specifically regarding appointments to the Library Board of Trustees. I urge you to reject these changes with respect to the Library Board and keep the existing policy in place. This is a clear case of fixing something that isn't broken. The new policy would fundamentally change the way applicants to the library board are evaluated and appointed. The current policy has served the library well over many years, giving us a board of trustees who have overseen the development of a top-notch library system for the patrons and taxpayers of the county. As the policy exists, applicants for the library board submit an application to the county manager, which is then forwarded to the library director. A recommendation is then made by the library board and submitted to the county commissioners. The library board makes their recommendation after an extensive, in-depth public process, which includes evaluating the applicants, their experience, and their reasons for wanting to be on the board. Each applicant answers to the same list of questions regarding the requirements and expectations of service as a library trustee. Again, all done at a public meeting. The new policy would completely eliminate this process, eliminate any input from the sitting board, and only require an application to be submitted to the county manager, who then forwards it to the BOCC for appointment. Make no mistake, under the existing policy, the commissioners make the final decision. You can appoint any applicant you want, which is exactly what happened in filling the last vacancy. Nevertheless, the proposed changes would replace what is the most thorough and successful interview and selection process for any Lyon County board with a much less rigorous and potentially more political and potentially more contentious process. There is no reason to do this. The commissioners have the last word no matter what. So why deprive yourselves and the taxpayers of guidance from the trustees and their accumulated firsthand experience at running the library? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody's going to give us online? So we'll close public comment. So what I heard earlier is that and you guys can correct me if I'm saying it wrong, that we don't have any problem with keeping it as May so that they can all do what they want to do. They can refer someone, but it all would go through the county manager's office as far as applications. So we know we have a record of who actually applied. They don't apply at the board.
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
I still prefer to have the library board separate from advisory boards.
You mean as far as the shall?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's like they said, it's two different animals. One's creating policy, hiring, firing, a totally separate type of board than the advisory boards.
But they still can do it.
Under May,
I
they
mean,
can still do it.
May, I can go with May.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, I mean,
Well, and Chair, if I may,
Yes.
we have the Wildlife Advisory Board that never, we appoint somebody and we never in a million years hear from them because they report to NDOW. So what are we going to do about that board? Are we going to write in the different things for these different boards that we have? I don't know.
I'm okay with May. So if, yeah, I just want to see what the majority is here. If it's okay with May, go through there. That's only two that I'm bringing forward. Does anybody else have anything else?
I'm okay with May, and I brought this to your attention because when I looked at our policies, you get towards the end and somebody just done a cut and paste and it just started over from the beginning. At the end, it wasn't even a real policy. And I felt like it was time to clean it up and make it work right. And I'm totally happy with May.
So, Andrew Haskin for the record, do you want me to clean this up and bring it back at the next meeting, or do you want to revert the changes back to what it was before with the change of May?
Unless you're as efficient as the sheriff who got that brought back before the end of the meeting, I would say probably bring it back.
Okay, we'll just bring it back, so we don't need any action. Or do you want the action to bring it back?
I think we probably should take the action to bring it back. You can just table it till the next meeting.
Okay. I'll make a motion to table, item
17B.
17B till our next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Hendricks, motion by Commissioner Keller. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Chairman Keller, I absolutely have to get to this appointment. Apologize, but I have to excuse myself.
To, for the record, Commissioner Hockaday moved to a different appointment. So we're to a 4-member board at the moment. Moving to 17C for possible action, authorizing select county commissioners to travel to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for the 2025 NACO Annual Conference and Exposition, July 14th through the 11th through the 14th, 2025, for an estimated cost of $3,500 per person. This is a request from me because the hotel has been designated of where that's going to be at, and so the rooms are filling up quickly. So for sending people, I'd like to get a room at the actual event. Don't enter. So I would make a motion that I would be able to attend and Commissioner Hendricks attend.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any public comment or comment from the board first?
I'll support one.
Any other comment? Public comment. We have a motion by Commissioner Keller, second by Commissioner Hendricks. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1. With Commissioner Jacobson voting against. For 17D for possible action, discuss potential names and possible selection of a name for the Dayton Government Complex building that will be at the site of the Dayton Justice Court, District Attorney's Dayton Office, Human Services Dayton's office, and the Sheriff's Office Dayton Substation. That's kind of complicated.
Andrew Baskin, Lyon County Manager. So we had been calling this building for as long as I've been here, the Dayton Government Complex. you know, and I wanted to have the discussion with the board, we're in the final stages of designing that building and we're gonna have to figure out what kind of signage is gonna be on the outside. As I mentioned in my appointed officials report last time, you know, my preference would be that it's not, we don't name it after a person necessarily. But you know, I think Dayton Government Complex maybe is not what we want to call it either. I don't know if we want to call it the Lyon County Dayton Government Complex. I don't know, you know, I don't know if the board has another name. I thought about just putting what I want on there, but I figured I better just bring it back to the board.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thanks, Chair. I did a little research and I did go with the name route. Officer Mary Bell, Dayton's first policeman killed in the line of duty. Another one, Officer Jason Grossnickel, who was fatally wounded in the line of duty. Police Chief Rudy Wershner, I believe, who is known as the Dean of Police Chiefs. Those are three historical names that I dug up. If we decide to go the route of a name, but.
Do you have any other comment?
Well, I came up with, and again, it's after an individual too, but I was thinking the Judge Vecchiarelli. She's been a long time judge there and she's still there, but that was my thought.
So if we do go with a name, we do have a policy on that. I'd have to go and review that policy to see what would fit. I probably should have attached that to the agenda just to give the option. So I apologize for that.
Commissioner
So
Hendricks?
any attempt to ask the public what they think?
No, just at this meeting.
I'm leaning toward building 3. We can add more as we move and do simple process moving forward.
So you know,
I wanted to finish with.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm actually looking at the Lyon County because it is a Lyon County building. Dayton is not a city. It could be at some time, but right now it's Lyon County. But it's going to be the Dayton complex, and I'm just happy with that. Lyon County Dayton office or complex, because everybody's going to refer to it as go down to the Dayton complex. And that it'll be shortened, but it should say Lyon County on the top because Dayton is not a official city. So that's my opinion.
And that was my concern with calling it just the Dayton Government Complex. And you know, I will say that this is the name on the outside of the building. It doesn't necessarily stop us from dedicating the buildings to, you know, after somebody. And it really is up to the board as to if you want to name it after somebody. It just
Kind of goes like what we're doing with for Leroy Goodman up in Burnley. The building is not called the Leroy Goodman building. It's just a plaque dedicated to him there. So we can do that for different people. I'm not really ready to make a decision.
I would agree with Commissioner Hendricks that maybe some sort of outreach to the public, since it is Dayton's in the Dayton area, give them an opportunity to provide us some feedback.
Yeah, maybe send it down to the Chamber of Commerce and the advisory council down there in Dayton and get more input. So at least we're not making the wrong decision for that reason.
we can certainly do that.
But we have to do it pretty quickly because of the cost.
I mean, we've got a place on the building for it, so.
Okay, well, I'm just.
I mean, we'll have to do it pretty quick, but I think we can.
The size of the signage is going to be we don't want to add a cost overrun because we're going with a short sign and then end up with a long one. Okay. Do you have any other comment on this issue?
Sid Smith.
Can you still for the record?
Yeah, thanks.
This will amaze everybody in the room, but the first time Jeff Page and I have ever been in agreement. It should be after Sid Smith.
Do you have any public comment online? Not seeing anything. So we'll bring it back for the board. Do you need a motion to bring it back to the public? You just do it, okay. Moving on to 18. 18A for presentation only. Presentation given by Copia Power and EDF Renewables regarding the safety of battery energy storage system and solar technologies and alternative G-shed mechanism requested by Copia Power and EDF Renewables. This is a presentation only, so we're not going to be taking public comment on that. But everybody that's waiting online for public comment and in the room, if you look down on the agenda, we're going to have public participation. You guys can make comment at that time. I just don't want to make a change on how we do it for non-actionable items. The floor is yours.
Great, thanks everyone. My name is Andy Blum. I'm a fire protection engineer. Copia Power and EDF asked me to come here today, talk to you a little bit about battery energy storage systems, try to talk a little bit about the systems themselves, what goes into them, what are some of the codes and standards, best practices. The whole idea was to just try to educate, get you familiar with what these are. I'm here for any questions you have on it. So if you want to go to the next slide. I won't go through all this. My background, I'm a principal member of a number of NFPA technical committees. One of them is NFPA 855. It's the National Fire Protection Association standard on stationary energy storage systems. Been on that committee for almost 10 years now, so helped write it and have been helping develop that code over the last 9 to 10 years. So work on a number of battery projects across the country and internationally. So again, any fire related questions you all might have, happy to answer them. Okay. Go to the next slide. So real quick, the agenda, the idea is first to just sort of get you familiar with what goes into one of these systems, talk about the terminology, what are some of the safety features, things like that. Go into some of the design listings and design tests that these systems have to go through. Talk about the installation level codes as well and the emergency response procedures. So keep going. Thank you. So this slide kind of lays out generally how battery energy storage systems are put together nowadays. At the very smallest level on your left is the cell. It's the smallest individual component that goes into one of these systems. It's the smallest issue or the smallest component, and we use these to then populate modules. So we take 50 of these cells, we put them together in series, and we create like a module about this big. Once we get to the module is when we kind of start putting some intelligence into this thing. So at the cell level, it's mainly just a negative and positive terminal, nothing really going into it. At the module level, that's when we put in like a printed circuit board, we add in some type of battery management system, when to charge it, when to discharge it, how do we keep it cool, those types of things. Then we step forward into kind of a rack. So we take a number of these modules and we put them into a rack or a shelf, and we basically, again, add additional layers of safety into that. Electrical fault protections, more monitoring systems, everything to kind of track all that. We then take that rack and we put it inside a steel enclosure or a steel container. And that's where we kind of do our final level of safety that goes into it. And that's where you get your enclosure level safety. Battery management system, again, kind of steps up to another level. You might have fire detection systems, suppression systems, things like that get built into these. So what do they actually look like? So a cell, if we move to the next slide, this is essentially how most of these are put together nowadays. Every manufacturer has slight variations. It might be a little bit bigger, might be a little smaller, but this is what a cell looks like. And really the three main things I just want to point out is you have a negative terminal, like at the top, you have a positive terminal at the bottom. And then really the most important thing is in the middle, that little steel vent cap. And the whole idea with the steel vent cap is that if something does go wrong with this cell, if it overheats, if it gets over discharged, overcharged, and it starts to fail, that's like a safety relief valve. That opens up, the cell can then vent itself without catastrophically failing in like a really bad way. So you can kind of think of like, if you keep everything contained and there's a failure within it, you can kind of blow like an aerosol can, right? We don't want that to happen. We want it to fail, if it's going to fail, in a safe manner. So that's what that cell vent cap is for. So then at the module level, we step up further. Again, we take a bunch of those blue cells and we kind of stick them all there in series. And again, I'm not going to go through all this. I'm not, I could spend hours here, in which I don't want to. You all will fall asleep. But the main crux of it is we take these modules, we put them in series, we connect them all together, and then we add in all these extra safety features within it. Cooling structures, we put in that printed circuit board to get a battery management system to really kind of control when it charges and discharges. And then we take these modules and we stick them into a rack. So what one of these racks look like, so this is kind of a nice cutout of one of these systems showing you how each one of those little like gold bars that you see there, that's an individual rack module that's put into these racks. We stack them all up. And this kind of gives you a good example too of that these containers, once we fully populate them, they're non-occupiable. They're basically just 20-foot cabinets that are completely filled with batteries and other auxiliary equipment. It's not something people are going inside of. And then lastly, the enclosure is the last thing. So this is an example of generally what they look like. They're around 20 feet long, about 8 feet deep, and about 8 feet tall. So kind of like the length of your dais here, about as deep to that wall, and then about 8 feet tall. And this is really the way the industry has moved over the last several years is don't put these inside buildings. Let's instead put them within these outdoor, non-occupiable steel, not combustible containers that we can reduce that fire area size. So keep them at 20 feet or so, and essentially put them outside here, space them out to make sure that we don't create a much larger fire event if something were to actually go wrong. So a couple of examples, giving you an idea, if you move to the next slide, of generally what one of these sites will look like. I like this image because it sort of lays out generally all the main components and why it's beneficial. So you have the battery systems themselves going down the middle. That's what the white cabinets are. You have transformers flanking on each side, which is stepping up and stepping down power for you. You have a project substation on the backside, and that project substation is then that point of interconnection to the grid. In this case, you had a high transmission line kind of on the top left of the slide, you can see. So that's where they're interconnecting into the grid. And that's where they'll be taking power off, putting it back on. Going around the outside, generally, as one of the code requirements that I'll talk about is you have to have security for these systems. So in this case, they had like a masonry wall going around it, provides that security and screening. Go to the next one. Here's another example. This one's out with a PV farm and similar setup again that you saw before. This one has more of like a chain link fence security system, and then screening kind of going around to block certain residences and other things in the area to provide that type of screening. And then lastly, I think this is my last one, similar example, system, substation in the bottom right. You have the security fence going around, doing that, providing both screening and security to the area. So BSS listings, next slide. So what actually goes into designing one of these? So 5-10 years ago, regulation was a little bit behind, and really we've made a lot of strides lately to catch up. So it's actually a rather regulated piece of equipment at this point, all the way down to the cells. So the cells need to be listed to certain underwriters laboratories listings, 1642, 1973, for instance. The module and the racks then also have to get listed to this design standard. The BMS, the brains of the whole battery itself, the battery management system, has to have a listing. And then the whole system itself, that whole 20-foot container, gets listed to 9540. And the idea is it's an iterative step here where all the components going into it have to be, certified, tested, approved to make sure that they are appropriate for this type of piece of equipment. So kind of a good example from PNNL, Pacific National Northwest Laboratories. I love this image that they put together because again, it sort of just calls out everything that goes into this one of these containers and all the different components and what different test methods and standards and things they need to meet. So testing, another great example of where we've made wonderful strides over the years. So there's a test method for battery energy storage systems and batteries in general, UL 9540A. This is an iterative test method. It's required within the codes that it has to be done for all battery energy storage systems. And it really steps it up all the way through. So that whole graphic I showed earlier, there's a test that you have to do for the cells. You then have to test it for the modules. You then have to test it at the whole unit and enclosure. And there's various, thresholds and approval criteria that you have to meet as you go through. If you don't meet that approval criteria, you move on to the next step. You don't meet that, you move on to the next one. You don't meet that, and then you go all the way to the whole container. The second thing I want to talk about is a large scale fire test. So this is a test that's required within NFPA 55. And essentially, we make the OEMs burn their container. They got to take their cabinet full of batteries and you got to set it on fire. And you need to prove that that thing can burn and it's not going to spread to adjacent units. It's not going to spread to other nearby combustibles and things like that. So where we have gone again with the industry in terms of doing these outdoor systems and doing them in modular 20-foot-ish containers is we are really trying to keep everything contained to one and not allow it to spread in any way. And by requiring the OEMs to actually do this test and demonstrate it themselves, we're really putting the onus on them to passively protect these equipment with insulation, steel containers, cooling systems, etc. Right? They have to keep it contained. If they propagate, then they fail and they got to do it again. And the idea is, we don't want to have to put a burden on fire department personnel. And I'm getting into emergency response stuff, but that's the whole idea is we don't need the fire department here trying to actively put these fires out. The idea is that these things have to stay contained to themselves so that they can burn safely and not be a hazard to the rest of the site or be a hazard to people off site. So codes. So I talked about all the design stuff, like all those UL listings are things that the OEMs and the manufacturers have to do to design their product. Now, when you come and you want to install it, you still have to have installation level codes and requirements. You still have to do all your engineering packages, and you still have to go get your permits to do these. So the two main codes that handle this right now, I've talked about NFPA 55 is one, the International Fire Code as well, which Nevada adopts as a state. Also has requirements for this. And on the left, they kind of lay out all the main key things that that has to be done. And of course, there's lots more that goes into it than this. But again, you've got to use listed equipment. It's got to be 9540 listed. They're got to do that large scale fire test. There's requirements in there about the site design, spacing, things of that nature. Hazard mitigation analysis is a risk report that a fire protection professional will write. They have to analyze the site, analyze the equipment, analyze the area around it, put together this hazard mitigation analysis to demonstrate that this isn't going to be a hazard to community, the public, to personnel that are going to be on site, things like that. And then of course there's commissioning, maintenance, decommissioning requirements in there. Fire protection systems. Each one of these containers has to have certain fire protection systems to make sure that there aren't going to be any explosion hazards, that you're going to detect things, you're going to be able to notify people if something were to happen, just like we have in this building, right? Fire alarms, smoke detection, things like that. And then I would say the last one that we have within 855 too is one of the things we realized early on as a technical committee when we're putting that standard together is that batteries are really new and people don't fully understand or aren't comfortable with them, rightfully so, right? Just like 150 years ago, people were learning the dangers of oil and gas, and since then everyone's gotten much more comfortable and can put the gas in their car and they're not worried about it. So one of the things we've done in 855 is we've actually put the onus on the owners and operators of the sites. So if they want to deploy a battery energy storage system, they have to put together an emergency response plan. They have to coordinate with the local fire service on this plan, and they have to provide training. And so and essentially that puts the onus on the owners of these sites to get the fire department fully up to speed on what they may need to do. That way they don't show up to one of these events and stand around going, we don't know what we're supposed to do. No one ever told us about this. Okay. So last but not least, that with the emergency response, there is a number of general industry guidelines on how to respond to these. But because of the way that these systems are put together in outdoor containers with all the batteries inside them, they are difficult to attack offensively like you would a traditional fire. And so general industry guidance isn't to show up and have the fire department ripping doors open, shooting water into it, and actively trying to suppress these fires, because we're essentially putting them in harm's way to do that. And since we're outdoors and we're not using occupiable containers, there's nobody in there, we don't have a life safety concern, right? So the fire department likes to go into your house because what are they doing? They're searching and rescuing. That's the first thing they're doing, is to get life and protect life. Second thing is property. In this case, it's all property. So they're there to make sure that the event is safe. They're making sure that things are not spreading, that the fire doesn't spread anywhere else. They're managing the incident and everything else, but they're not there to really fight that fire offensively. We don't want to put them in their own harm's way. And that is about it. Went through it fast. I'm sure there are questions. Happy to answer anything.
Questions on the board, Commissioner Hendricks?
During the fire testing, did you simulate Nevada winds?
Yeah,
Does
great.
that affect it?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So during the testing, we do have to follow a general test methodology. And usually for all tests that we run in the fire community, we try to control environmental conditions because wind can very much have a big impact. So what we like to do is run the test under controlled conditions with low wind speeds, because that gives us a good baseline of what that is. And then we can then look at different wind speeds in other ways. So for instance, we can do fire modeling and other aspects to look at, all right, we have this fire, we can model it to simulate that exact fire that we just tested and collected all this great data on. Now let's do different wind speeds, night, day, rain, shine, whatever it is. That's been the approach to handle that.
One other question, is special equipment required to respond to these kind of fires?
Yeah, great question. No, what we have found with battery fires is water is the most effective suppression media for this. We don't need special foams or aerosols or clean agents or extinguishers. And so water is the best thing. And so, I didn't get into it too much about, how these things fail, but thermal runaway is essentially a chemical reaction where the cell is heating up faster than it can get rid of that heat. And it's really not something, and really the best way to stop it from propagating throughout that module, like the way I was showing, is to cool it down. So that's where water's great, right? It's like the best thing for cooling. The problem we have, and why I say we don't generally try to offensively fight them, is that we are installing them in outdoor containers where we can't really get the water to the seat of the fire. We're basically spraying it on the outside of a steel enclosure that's built to withstand rain and wind and all the rest of that stuff. So water is great. We do use water anytime we can to cool and keep everything contained, but no other special equipment is needed.
Commissioner Jacobson?
Thank you, Chair. About how much is each one of those containers worth?
Oh, that can depend on the manufacturer, but they can run in the order of $1 million or a couple $1 million.
So I guess that kind of goes against the insurance. And that's like, insurance is like a curse word to me, but so most fires you want to put out as quickly as possible so they can figure it out and then they can do, either figure out whether it was vandalism or figure out the cause and then pay insurance companies will hopefully pony up.
Right.
So you're just letting that $1 million burn.
That's correct. And honestly, the business interruption aspect is a far larger loss than letting that $1 million container burn up. So if you allow it to burn up, keep it contained to that one unit, then essentially you come in a couple days later, you pull that whole thing out because it's a modular unit that just gets dropped off by a crane. You can get that out, you can put another one back in place.
And then what percentage of battery cells fail? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't all be perfect and work for 10, 20 years, 18 years, whatever.
Right. Yeah. I don't have a good stat on exactly how many cells fail because it's not something that the battery manufacturers are like openly releasing. Certainly they can fail. And because we see it in the news, right? And so what the key here is that we know over time that these can fail and go into runaway. That's where we have with those those Underwriters Laboratories designs and those tests that we have to run. We have to show it's not going to propagate. So we know occasionally we might get a cell to fail. Let's make sure it won't propagate to the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And that's what all those design tests are meant for.
And then finally, just very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, thank you, Chair. I'm just curious, this is probably addressed in that code 855, but what's like the minimum and maximum distance these are placed from a PV field?
Yeah. There's two ways that we kind of address it in NFPA 855 and in the fire code is we look at them as two different sites. So you can have a remote installation, which basically separates the batteries from 100 feet from everything around it, public roads, streets, other exposures. And then there's near exposure installations, which is you can install them within 10 feet of other exposures.
Thank you.
But that's where the fire testing really comes into play is really putting the onus on them to demonstrate you can install them within these distances and it won't be a propagation hazard. And to date, obviously there have been battery fires. We've Commissioner Jacobson brought it up, right? We've never had a battery fire at a BEST site, spread off site or anything. We've never had it spread to vegetation or any of that stuff.
I got a question on your one of those containers and they go into the full fire. Do they melt the container? Does it actually melt down?
Yeah. We haven't seen one of these steel containers melt down like that before. The aluminum and stuff like that could be in it have certainly gone part of the HVAC units, but no, we haven't seen any of the steel.
What I'm wondering is, does any of it leak out onto the ground? And if you're putting water onto it, is it a possibility of contaminating the aquifer? And if so, is there a liner that normally you would put underneath before you put the gravel down? I was looking at how you put them down and then you put them on the concrete runners. But is there a liner underneath to capture that?
Generally, no, there isn't a liner under there. With lithium ion batteries, the electrolyte that's within it is not like a free flowing liquid, like a traditional lead acid battery. Like if you were to rip one of those open, you could pour out like a gallon of acid. It's a gel, so it's not a free flowing liquid that kind of just pours out and leaks into the ground. The water question is a great one. And so, one of the easiest ways too of not creating a lot of water in that question is to not put that water directly on the container that's on fire. So if those emergency response procedures are being followed, and if that container is burning the way it's supposed to, and it's been tested and it's demonstrated not to spread, that gives you that comfort level of, okay, we don't have to spray water on here. We don't have to collect it, burn it up, and that stuff.
Dave Bucket has rejoined us for the county commission. So, and also I was wondering about is there gases and stuff because you're letting it burn out?
Yep.
Everybody downstream, is the air quality an alarming thing at that point of where they're located?
Yeah, great. Another great question. Comes up all the time, right? So smoke, toxic, right? No matter what it is, whether it's this building burning, a vehicle, or battery. Lithium ion batteries certainly produce toxic smoke.
and toxic gases. So anybody that tells you something differently, probably has never tested, or doesn't know anything about, how fire works. So, what we have found when we've tested these, and there's a number of studies that are out, is that the gases that are being produced from them, and a lot of times like hydrogen fluoride, HF is a gas that gets brought up a lot. Hydrogen chloride is another one, HCl. These are gases that you will encounter in pretty much any modern fire nowadays. And so plastics, when they burn, they release these gases. The wiring on our insulation and our electronics all produce these gases. So what we have found is that the amount of gases that are being produced by a battery fire are not more than what we see in a traditional fire nowadays. So yes, they can be toxic, but also not any different or atypical than what the fire department is used to handling in a normal modern fire environment. And probably the last thing, just sorry, and I know you want to ask something else, is in these events that we have had, especially with containers that are 20 or 40 feet long, they have not picked up any of those gases in the community around them. And there's been several fires where they've done really thorough air monitoring during these events, and they haven't picked up anything that's dangerous like that to life or the environment.
I understand that all fires are bad for you, but
Yeah.
you're also making the statement, we're letting it burn out. So we're not trying to stop it. We're on every other fire, we're trying to mitigate that as much as possible.
That's true. Yeah, no, completely understand that aspect, right? Because it is a different approach than we may take. Now, there are other fires though too. The fire department might show up and if it's overwhelming, they're not going to attack it either because there's nothing they can do at that point. So there are times that we let other fires burn out as well.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for your presentation.
All right.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 19.
Yeah, sorry. I apologize. There is, I think Evelyn from SEA IA on as well.
Okay, is she talking on your behalf or is she talking as public comment? Because we'll have public comment that she can do later on the agenda.
She had signed up to be a second speaker after me. If
Okay,
I remember correctly.
I just want to make sure that this is all about this.
Yeah,
This is all part of the presentation.
yeah, David Calderon from
Okay.
from the record. It's part of the presentation, so they're gonna be covering the solar part and then fire risk on the storage part.
Okay, so it's all part of the same presentation.
Yes, yes.
That's fine. Thank you, Evelyn. You're on.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me? Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. I do have a presentation that I'd like to share if I could please be given permission to do that.
We have your presentation. We're loading it right now.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Again, thank you for the opportunity, Commissioner Chair Keller and Vice Chair Hendricks and the other commissioners. Very much appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. Again, my name is Evelyn Butler. I'm the Vice President of Technical Services at the Solar Energy Industries Association. I have been with SEIA for almost 10 years now, and my team handles everything from codes and standards, standards development, permitting, as well as sustainability and circularity. I will have another one of my colleagues join me in the presentation today for a couple of slides. His name is Bob Nicholson, and he is our Director of Sustainability, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about the recycling process and how that is affected and works with the equipment. And so let me see here. So you're driving the presentation locally, is that correct? So I can just close my other screen here. All right, so if you're not familiar with SEIA, SEIA is the National Trade Association for Solar and Energy Storage. We work across the country in terms of providing education, advocacy, also connecting with research to keep our industry informed about all of the different scientific developments. And then we also work with, in partnerships. Next slide, please. Just a few numbers to kind of get you situated on the national picture for solar today. The United States, has over 235 gigawatts of solar installed, and that's currently, valued at about a $70 billion investment and over almost 5.5 million installations. But the statistic we're most proud of is the fact that we have almost 280,000 workers employed by solar and energy storage. And I'm really thrilled to see many of them here on the line today. So thank you all for attending. Next slide, please. And then also just to give a little bit of Nevada spotlight here. Nevada has almost 7,800 megawatts of solar installed today. The majority of that is in large scale projects that are in partnership with your state utility, with Nevada Energy, but also a number of those projects are distributed. So they can be on rooftops for homes or businesses, or they can be commercial installations. We're looking at almost 8,600 solar jobs tied to that, and the ability to power over 1.3 million homes. We actually project for there to be quite a bit of growth in Nevada when it comes to solar over the next 5 years, adding up to 10.6 thousand megawatts as well. And that also means that we're going to see the potential for more jobs and more opportunities for investment. However, it's likely that this isn't going to meet all of the growing energy needs that we're seeing for electricity in Nevada. And so I know I've seen plans and documents published by NV Energy in the state of Nevada on bringing in more dispatchable electricity into the state, which also includes solar. Next slide, please. All right. So one of the things I want to mention, again, from the technical perspective is with respect to PV modules. There was some comments made earlier about the waste designation of PV modules today. We want to clarify that the National EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, does not have PV modules listed as universal waste. Rather, they utilize their current process of characterizing waste through what they call a TCLP test. I'll not get into what the acronym means, but what they're basically saying is those products have to have either testing or some type of knowledge about the waste categorization of the product for it to be determined as solid waste or as hazardous waste. There are only 2 states that actually regulate PV modules that are destined for recycling as universal waste, and that is California and it's not listed here, but Hawaii as well. And California mainly because it actually requires additional toxicity tests that have a higher bar of threshold than the federal tests today. One good thing is that over the last 10 years, manufacturers have been using significantly less of the materials that are of concern, such as silver or lead in solder and adhesives. The majority of those products are considered more legacy products, things that were installed, in and around the United States, over 10 years ago, probably more like 15 years ago. And since then, the industry has done a really great job in reducing the cost of the PV modules. And part of that included the decreased use of things like silver and lead, which also led to that cost decrease. And so essentially, the United States EPA actually considers PV modules as solid waste unless they're proven otherwise by that testing that's required. There was a petition that was presented 3 years ago that has not really moved anywhere with an EPA to suggest designating them as universal waste. But as I said, there's nothing has been happening on that front. And the EPA's website actually does state that they consider PV modules as solid waste, not universal waste. Next slide, please. I'm just going to go over, like the previous speaker, a little bit about the technology. And I just want to say to Andy, it's very interesting to me that you've got a lot of experience with UL. in Underwriters Laboratories. Prior to joining SIA almost 10 years ago, I was actually the renewables portfolio executive at Underwriters Laboratories for over 20 years. And so the creation of standards for products specifically in the solar space was one of my charges as I was responsible for that business. And essentially, solar, 10 years ago, only had about 2 standards for all of the products that are necessary to actually get an entire system together. And we were able in our portfolio to actually increase the number of those standards for all the products that you're seeing here today. And so the ones that folks I think have been talking a lot about are the PV modules, which is the two, they're 2 different representations of that on this slide. You'll see inverters to the right, you'll see home energy storage on the bottom right, and then a very similar photo to what Andy had presented for larger scale battery energy storage. What I want to mention here, similar to what the previous speaker said, is these products are intended to be durable. They're intended to last for decades. And in particular, PV modules themselves, we have over 300 million panels installed in the United States, with the vast majority just in the last 7 years. And those products are expected to last 30, sometimes even up to 50 years. I won't go into the other products in particular, but I just want you to have that information for your reference. And then similar to the battery energy storage discussion earlier, all of these products are required to be robustly tested and certified to national codes and standards requirements. So Andy mentioned several of those. There are similar UL standards for PV modules, for inverters, for the racking systems, and then also for trackers, for the components within them, the connectors, the cabling, et cetera. And so those were all part of the portfolio that grew in order to make sure that we had the right safety and performance considerations in mind. And all of those standards are referenced and mentioned in national electrical codes, fire codes, structural codes, et cetera, so that it is actually both national law as well as within states for that testing to take place. One of the things that we'll mention about the testing that I know some folks have had some questions on before is the breakage that concerns that there might be from, say, hailstorms or, really unusual hailstorms. Part of the standard for PV module testing actually includes breakage tests, also environmental conditioning. So heating the modules up to, plus 40 degrees Celsius and back down to minus 40 degrees Celsius to really see how the product is performing and if it presents any breakage or cracks that could be a safety issue. Any module that does present that issue of exposure to live parts or to any real, internal components won't be certified. And so those cannot be connected to the grid today. And then respect to, the breakage, caused by hail or large baseball size hail, which I know folks have familiar with the Fighting Jays project in Texas. The majority of that damage was actually more caused by the inability for the trackers to change their position to reduce the impact that they were getting from that large baseball size hail. And had that been the issue, we would have seen less damage. However, it has been reported that even after all of that breakage of the 100,000 or so panels, there was no reported water or soil contamination from that event. There was no leaching and no such concerns about that. And also point out that the modules that you see installed in the larger solar projects are the same modules that you'll see on rooftops, homes, businesses, et cetera. So next slide, please. The other thing that, we'll also mention, I know that it's been covered, is with respect to visual impact and mitigation and whether or not there is concerns about how close projects can be placed, installed, and sited, to freeways and other things. C is also published in concert with another organization, an education organization called the Solar and Storage Industries Institute of Best Practices document that includes mitigation. I think there's a picture of some of the design principles later in the presentation. But essentially, this publication brings together kind of an aggregation of all of the different visual and mitigation requirements in different states, different counties, and really presents, what some best practices should be. And the distance of 100 to 120 feet is pretty common. And you'll see from here that that's how that's represented visually. Next slide, please. All right, I'm actually going to turn it over to my colleague Bob to cover these next few slides, and then I'll come back to you in just a bit. And he should be under Robert Nicholson, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, Evelyn. Thank you, commissioners. For the record, my name is Robert Nicholson. I'm with the Solar Energy Industry Association. And among other things, I manage the National Recycling Program. So the intent of this slide really is just to describe the robust nature of the design and manufacturing of solar panels. That just helps us understand the potential for impact on, or lack of potential for impact on soils, surface waters, and groundwaters in the instance of breakage, as well as the challenges with recycling. So as you can see in that graphic, the panel is really a matrix of materials that are fused together using glass and some other materials, plastics, really manufactured much like a windshield, where breakage is held together by the system of materials. So in the event of any breakage in the field, there is very little chance of any of the materials inside the panel from leaving the panel structure itself and entering the environment. I should also point out that the metals that are found in the panel, the lead, the silver, the aluminum, and the copper, those are not in solution. Those metals really are in the form of, well, with the copper, it's actually copper wire. The silver and the lead are coatings, and the aluminum, as you know, is the frame. So it would take a very unique set of circumstances to force any leaching of those metals. So the recycling processes really have a tough job in separating these components and recovering the metals, but they're doing a very good job of that. I should also point out that there is a growing market here in the US for the refurbishment and resale of panels. The reality of it is these panels are lasting longer than anticipated. And with repowering projects and other things that are happening in the industry, we're finding more and more opportunities to remove panels from projects that still have useful life and taking those panels into other applications, whether they're off-grid or other types of installations. So we operate a what we call our recycling partnership program, where we have a list of recyclers that we've actually gone out and vetted. One of those recyclers in our program you heard from earlier in the presentation, Comstock Metals, located right there in the county. We also have recycling capacity in California, Arizona, in the state of Texas. So all fairly reasonably local to the state of Nevada for recycling services. I think our network capacity today is about 12 million panels per year, and we're expecting exponential growth in that industry here over the next couple of years as more panels present themselves to be recycled. We think that signal to the market is going to bring other recyclers into the industry very quickly. So we could go to the next slide. So again, the recycling process, it's really pretty straightforward. It's typically a mechanical process that is employed to create a yield. And the yield is the aluminum, copper, lead, silver, and plastic. As you heard from our friends at Comstock today, there are very mature markets. I always say just about every zip code in America has a market for those types of metals. So the markets are there. The recyclers are getting more efficient at managing the materials and extracting the materials and getting those into the downstream markets. So we're very confident that when the day does come, and we think it's still quite a bit ahead of us, but when the day does come, when we start to see more volumes coming out of legacy plants, we'll have plenty of capacity to manage that material, recover those resources, and get those resources back into the market. So I think there was one more slide. No, the last thing I'll say, well, I did mention the 12 recycling partners and refurbishers, including the one in Nevada. Part of our program, I should say, is to conduct due diligence. So I personally visit these recyclers, including Comstock, enjoyed that visit. I look at their process and I verify that the process is effective and legitimate. As part of that effort, we also are engaged with organizations like national labs to conduct research and support their efforts in finding better ways, more efficient ways to recover resources. We also have a standards group, and we're currently developing industry standards on not only recycling, but decommissioning of projects and end-of-life management of those project locations, as well as the materials that we take out of these projects. And of course, we're very involved in education and policy support. Evelyn and myself attend meetings with policymakers at states all across the nation when they're trying to develop policy for managing these materials at the end of life, in making sure that we have what I like to say cost-effective, compliant recycling services. So the last thing I'll add is with solar panel recycling, a solar panel is actually 80% of the weight of a solar panel is glass. So recycling solar panels, it's really a glass story. And here in the US, we have a really mature glass recovery market. We think it could be better, and we're working towards a better system to manage the glass. But the good news is we do have glass recycling capability here in the US, and we're working with our membership and project owners to find better, more efficient ways to get the glass from these panels into those markets and recover those resources. So I'll turn it back over to you, Evelyn.
Thank you. I think that there might just be one more slide left. Yes, so as I mentioned before, this is just a visual of the large-scale siting best practices that were published and the considerations that we ask project developers and project owners to take as they're working on their design. And a lot of it is aggregated from, lessons learned from, projects that have been installed across the country. And then, certainly, this is an open resource for anyone that they can download. I think that's actually our last slide, other than one that provides some contact information if there's any follow-up questions or things that we can assist on. Will Gale is our Senior Manager of State Affairs. He's also on the line today for any questions you might have. He's been very instrumental in the work that was done this year on AB 493 with respect to recycling that was just signed into law about a week ago. So he can help with that. And then, of course, myself and Bob, and we'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or anything from the board on the presentation? Well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity. Very much appreciated.
Agenda requests? Do we have any agenda requests? I have one that I talked to you, Andrew, about the state NECO meeting. See if anybody wants to attend that. West, Commissioner comments? Start the other side, starting with Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to wish all graduating seniors in Lyon County, a long prosperous life. Hope they find a niche and, in life and in the workplace. And then, I just want to remind everybody, our meeting next, is the 18th, not the 19th. It's on Wednesday, and finally, thanks to Mr. Hockaday for letting me borrow his pair of readers, because I forgot mine again like an idiot. That's all I have.
Commissioner Hendricks.
I just wanted to let all of the other commissioners know that the Nevada NACO, once the dust settles, we really know what's going to happen with NEPA, they are going to be putting on free training for anyone who's interested in learning about that process.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to remind everyone that this Saturday is the poker tournament in the Sutro Tunnel. So if you can make it out there, I got 3 flavors of beer, and it's going to be a good time. We got, I think, 17 poker tables inside the Sutro Tunnel, so it's going to be quite a unique experience. So come on out.
What kind of poker are they playing?
Well, Texas Hold'em.
Texas Hold'em.
Commissioner Cavanagh, what are the 3 kinds of beers? Cold, wet, and
I got actually got from the Fox Brewery in Carson City. I got donated a special brew called Kama Sutro. We also have local made Battleborn beer that was donated by Battleborn. And then, of course, Coors Light, the old standby.
Commissioner Hockaday.
I definitely just want to apologize for being gone for a bit, but I had to get to the appointment, or I wouldn't be driving anymore. So I got to be able to drive to get to these meetings. Anyway, that's about it for me.
And I just want to say, prayers for your mom, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation have to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda action item, but before the board takes any action. Do we have any public participation?
Actually, it was 2 times today. Paige and I were in agreement, so you people should all bought lottery tickets. As far as this battery storage miracle thing, I see tons of problems with it. Number one, most of these solar fields are gonna be, at least the ones we're seeing here in Lyon County or close to Lyon County, aren't gonna be anywhere close to town. So the response time for our fire departments is gonna be 35-45 minutes or more, because I understand there's one proposed in Adrian's Valley and the one out here east of town. The one by the power plant would be the closest. They would also have to have water storage there, because if they're gonna have panels and battery storage in the same site, they're gonna have to clean those panels. It somehow. And we were told the World Trade Centers couldn't burn down, and we saw that happen. When the wind blows at 80 miles an hour here and one of those containers is on fire inside, we don't know what's gonna happen. I see a whole lot of unanswered questions with them. The previous people that you gave a permit to decommissioned these panels, told us the panels are only lasting 10 years and not 20 years. You know, and I just see more unanswered questions than I do answered. And I think this needs to, Nevada's not a wasteland, you know, they tried that with the nuclear waste and it didn't work. And with 11.1 million acres of solar panels that are already approved for the state of Nevada, in addition to what's out there, it's going to be devastating to Nevada's rangelands. Totally devastating. You know, deer, antelope, snakes, crickets, everything, you know. And I just think that we need to look real hard at these projects. Thank you.
Elroy, or Elroy?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Eloy Hara. I am the current business manager of Labor's Local 169. We represent everything north of Tonopah. And we also have members that live and work in Lyon County. And we are 100% in support of the project. The impact that would have in the community, I mean, it's tremendous. It would bring a lot of good paying jobs. Yeah, so I know it's a presentation, but we're in support of the battery energy storage and in support of the solar project. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any more public comment? Seeing none, we're going to recess for what, 5 minutes? We're going to recess for 5 minutes and then we're going to go into closed session.